If you can take your seats, we'll get started. Thank you all for coming out. Power grid is obviously very one of the hot topics of the whole country now. You know, with a lot of demands for power. You know, how do we maintain the grid and how we're going to supply power, and how much power is too much and how much is not enough? How do we get it to market? And so that's what we've done here today, is to try to get everybody together and learn together. So Bible tells us, where there's a multitude of counselors, there's wisdom. And so that's what we seek today, is wisdom. And so we don't have any unforced errors together as we move forward together to create an even brighter future for the state of Mississippi. So that's our opening comments. Commissioner Carr, do you have any opening comments? Okay. Commissioner Stamps, you still with us?
Good morning.
Okay, we're going to start with our first speaker, which is Stephen Moore. He's a senior visiting fellow of economics at the Heritage Foundation. Stephen Moore is an economist and author, serving as a senior visiting fellow in the economics at the Heritage Foundation. He's a frequent lecturer and to audiences around the world on the U.S. economics and political outlook. He is the author of 6 books, including Trumponomics, Inside the America First Plan to Revive Our Economy. He's also a former president of the Club for Growth. So, Mr. Moore, you with us?
I am. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, and now we can see you. Thank you so much for contributing and for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I am right now in the mountains of Montana.
What part of Montana are you in?
We are not too far from Bozeman.
Okay.
Yeah, and not too far from Yellowstone. So if you've seen Yellowstone, the miniseries, that's what it looks like. I'm looking out the window and seeing beautiful blue sky and mountains. And so anyway, but it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for the invitation to talk to you a little bit today about the energy situation. I think it's a critical area that's been overlooked in terms of its impact on America's economic future. I do serve as a Trump economic advisor informally. I'm not with the White House, but I met with the president just a few weeks ago, and I meet with him regularly about what's going on with the economy, and I'm fully on board with almost everything he's doing. I'm not a big fan of the tariffs, but other than that, I think, you know, we did the tax cut. He's all in on American energy. What's going on with deregulation. I'm super bullish on the U.S. economy. And by the way, sorry, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I lost it there for a second. So one of the things that I have worked on in my career is energy policy. And one of the reasons I was eager to talk to you all today is because I believe some of the most powerful people in the country in terms of having an impact on our economy are the utility commissioners, because the big issue going forward will be whether the United States will continue to dominate in terms of our situation with our energy production. Now, the good news here is that we are now the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world, and we have more energy than any other country in the world. So we're in a very strong position in terms of our ability to use our energy resources in a way that adds tremendously to our economy, et cetera. And by the way, Trump is all in on this. So the big issue is what will happen with our energy demand. And I think, as all of you know, because of the new revolution that's coming with respect to artificial intelligence, robotics, satellite technology, the industries of the future, by many estimates, in the next 15 years, our energy and electric power demands will roughly triple. So that means we're going to have to enormously increase our production. And by the way, we have the capability of doing that. One of my messages to you is that if you actually think we can meet these demands with with uh, solar power and wind power, you're smoking something. It's not, wind and solar power can be niche forms of energy. We can maybe get 10% of our energy demands with wind and solar power. But if we are going to meet our energy demands, it's going to be through the production of old-fashioned fossil fuels. And by that, I mean oil, natural gas, and coal. And the good news is we have more coal than any other country in the world, and we have the cleanest coal in the world. We have tremendous assets with respect to both of our oil and gas. In fact, we can lead the world in natural gas production. We have so much natural gas in this country, and natural gas is a clean burning fuel. And so, by the way, I have given to Rachel 3 charts on energy that I'd like to show you. Do you have access to those? I can't.
We have them in our binder. Can we put them on the screen in the room here? Okay. Yes, sir. We have.
So which one? Yeah, which one are you looking at now?
The Alec Laffer State Economic Outlook rankings.
Okay, it's the next one.
Okay. So Biden's failed green transition. US.
Yeah. So this is a really important chart. I want you all to, to focus on this, if you will. So there has been a narrative by the media and the climate change industrial complex. And by the way, that's what we're up against is a anti-America climate change industrial complex that wants to cripple the U.S. economy the way Europe has crippled its economy by stopping its production and use of fossil fuels. And so what you can see, though, is so the narrative in the Biden years was that there was a great energy transition going on in the world and in the United States, and that energy transition was away from fossil fuels and towards green energy, wind and solar power and batteries. That is false. It's a lie. There is no green energy transition going on. The only countries in the world where it's happening is in Europe, and Europe has completely crippled its economy through green energy. Germany is the classic example of a country that has destroyed its industrial base. And we always think of Germany, German engineering and German industry. They've destroyed their industry by having energy from windmills and solar power that is 2 to 3 times more expensive than the energy that we get in the United States. And so that puts them at a huge competitive disadvantage. Now, if you look at that chart, what it is telling you is after spending hundreds of billions of dollars of government subsidies on wind and solar power, we still get 80% of our energy, and that includes our transportation fuels and our entire energy use, whether it's for our hospitals, for our factories, for our cars, for the cloud and the technology, which uses enormous amount of energy. 80% of that today comes from oil, gas, and coal. And about another 10% of that comes from nuclear power. By the way, I'm very favorable towards nuclear power. I understand you have, I think, one. Do you have a nuclear power plant there in Mississippi?
Yes, sir, we do.
Well, nuclear power is clearly one of the fuels of the future, no doubt about it. I believe that the 2 most important by far sources of electric power production over the next 25 years are going to be what I call the 2 Ns. The 2 Ns. That's natural gas and nuclear power. And those have the advantage of not only being incredibly cheap and effective and reliable, but they are also, let me say this loud and clear to you, they are clean forms of energy. Natural gas is a clean form of energy, and nuclear power emits no greenhouse gases in the environment whatsoever. We should be transitioning more and more towards natural gas and nuclear power, but we also still need to use coal. Clean coal is a major source of our electric power production across the country. I don't know how much coal you use in Mississippi, but throughout the country, we still get about 35 to 40% of electric power production from coal, because coal is this country was built on coal, and we will continue to use it. And so that chart is important because the environmentalists are telling you that there's this big transition to wind and solar. It's a mythology. It's not happening. And in fact, many states are moving away from green energy because it's so expensive. Can you show the next chart?
Yes, sir. Oil production
Okay.
in the United States.
Which one's that?
Oil production in the United States is at an all-time high.
This is just a beautiful picture. I just wanted to show you this because I don't want to insult your intelligence because I know you're aware of it, but just looking at the picture shows you that because of the game-changing fracking and horizontal drilling revolution that was actually pioneered here in the USA. I know Harold Hamm of Oklahoma. He's a good friend of mine. He's the godfather of the revolution in drilling. He is because of that. You can see in the chart. Look at what has happened to U.S. American production. It's incredible what's happened. We now surpass Saudi Arabia. We have surpassed Russia. We are huge producers of oil and natural gas, and that is just and we need to continue that dominance at least for the next 20 years, which we can. We are not running out of oil. We're not running out of natural gas. We're running into it. The technology improvements in drilling have been absolutely fantastic. And so there's another mythology out there that we're running out of oil and gas. We are not. We're not running out of this stuff anytime in the next 50 years. The technology always improves faster than the depletion of the resource. What is the next chart? There's one more, I think.
The only other chart I have in our binder is the Laffer State Economic Outlook rankings. And
I just thought I would show you this because I know this is a little bit off topic, but I wanted you all to be aware of this, that the big story of the U.S. economy right now is the massive migration of businesses and capital and people out of the Northeast and into the South, where you are. And now Mississippi is a laggard among the southern states, but it is growing. Mississippi, people are moving now from, the people are moving from New York and California and New Jersey and Connecticut out of those northeastern states and out of those blue states, and they're moving to red states. So the southern region of the United States, and again, I think you're probably aware of this, but it's an amazing thing that for the first time in American history, never before has this happened since our founding 250 years ago as a country. The South is now the dominant economic region of the country. And that's Texas, Florida, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas. You are producing more output than the Northeast. And that includes, Boston, Philadelphia, New York. And by the way, the South is also becoming the financial capital of the world, with hundreds of billions of dollars each year leaving the high-tax, by the way, the reason I bring this up, do you have renewable energy mandates in Mississippi?
No, sir.
Oh, good. Because the states that have these high renewable energy mandates tend to be liberal blue states, and those states have kneecapped their economy, because the average cost per kilowatt of electricity production from solar and wind, when you take away the subsidies, is 2 to 3 times higher than natural gas, coal, and nuclear power. So why would you switch to a more expensive form of energy? The cheaper the energy you have, the more jobs you have, the more GDP you are producing. And so I just find that to be an amazing thing. Just as an aside, if you go to, we have a website called votewithyourfeet.net, votewithyourfeet.net. And if you go to that, the first thing you'll see is a map in the United States, and you can click on any 2 states. You could click on California and Mississippi, and what it will show you is that more people are moving from California to Mississippi than are moving from Mississippi to California. You'll see that there's been millions of people who've moved out of New York, and they've moved to Florida or Texas or Tennessee or Mississippi or Alabama. And so you're becoming dominant economically. And the way to retain that dominance is to make sure you have access to low cost efficient and reliable electric power. And you do that by using fossil fuels and nuclear power. I don't know what percentage of your power today do you get from wind and solar?
Well, on the MISO states, you were asking about the power generation distribution. Out of
Yeah.
76,590 megawatts, 26,938 megawatts are coal, 28,600 megawatts are natural gas,
Right.
9,000 megawatts is nuclear. Wind and solar is down at 2 and
Yeah.
6, 7 right
So
now. That's real time.
Yeah. So it's
So we're less than 1% in the state.
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on you. And I've been working with utility commissioners around the country. This is one of the biggest issues. This is where the Greens and the left is coming after our economy. They're trying to force utilities to use very inefficient and very expensive and not environmentally sound forms of energy, and that includes wind and solar power. And look, if you're in Arizona, yeah, solar power can make a lot of sense. You got a lot of sunshine in Arizona. I'm from Chicago. It's the Windy City. We can get some energy from wind power, but you're never going to be able to provide the power you need in a state like Mississippi with wind and solar. It is a mirage, and the reason I wanted to come on, if you get no other message from this, continue to use the energy sources you have. Mississippi is an economically low-income state, but you're growing faster than most of the blue states. And if you want to continue to grow and see higher incomes for your residents, which of course you do, one of the ways of achieving that is continue to provide your businesses and your households with clean and efficient and low-cost energy. And those are the energy sources that I was just mentioning. So I will stop there because that's a very simple message, but it's so important. I'm pleased to hear that Mississippi has not bought into the green energy. It's a nightmare. It really has been a nightmare virtually everywhere it's tried. Oh, one last point, if I may. There was a chart that I wanted to show you, and I apologize, I didn't. I accidentally left it off of the presentation. Is that do you know what country in the world is using the most coal today?
Just taking a guess, Germany or China?
No, China. Yeah, China is building. Every time we shut down a coal plant here in the United States, in West Virginia or Wyoming or my home state of Illinois, China builds 10 new ones. So the idea that somehow you all in Mississippi can change the temperature of the planet is lunatic. And I know that's what. There's no way that Mississippi or any state can change the temperature of the planet, because it doesn't matter what the United States does. It doesn't matter how much wind or solar power we use, because the country that is by far the largest emitter of global greenhouse gases is China. And I guarantee you, because I'm a realist, China has no interest in global warming. They could care less about global warming. China wants to take over the world economy. And one of the ways they want to do that is by having very cheap and affordable electric power. They're building nuclear power plants and they're building coal plants. They're not using wind and solar. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to take some questions and comments, and I really so much appreciate the opportunity to come on. And I apologize for my attire, but this is what we wear in Montana.
Yeah, now that you're out of Chicago, you can get out of the suit and ties and dress comfortable. Yeah, hey, I enjoy Montana as well. That's Big Sky is where we ski, so it's beautiful out there. So I will ask, what is the Trump administration doing to deregulate the space? I know that they moved to undo some of the Biden green energy subsidies, using the USDA to not fund it and things like that. But what else do you know that the Trump administration is doing to deregulate and help energy producers be able to produce energy more efficiently and focus on what works and not what sometimes makes their friends richer?
So it's a great question. So thank you for asking that. By the way, one of my best friends is Chris Wright. And Chris Wright, as you all know, is the new energy secretary. He is spectacular. I don't think he'd disagree with a single word I said. He and I talk all the time. He's from the oil industry. He's made hundreds of millions of dollars in that industry. He understands the importance of it, and Trump does too. I mean, if you don't believe me, just if you have a few minutes at some point, just look at the video of Trump at the United Nations. When was that? 2 or 3 days ago, when he just basically said climate change is a fad. It is bankrupting Europe, and until these other countries start using real energy that is reliable and affordable and efficient, they are going to continue to fall behind. Trump is all in on making America I mean, I remember my first meeting with Donald Trump back in 2000 when he first started running. I'm sorry, 2008 when he first started running for president. Larry Kudlow and I sat down with them, and the first thing we showed him a bunch of charts, and one of them I showed him about the revolution that was going on in American energy with respect to the drilling phenomenon and the fracking and all this. And I told him, I said, Donald, at that time we called him Donald before he was president. I said, if you get it right on energy policy, United States can be energy independent for the first time in 50 years. And I remember he looked at me and said, Steve, I do not want America to be energy independent. I want America to be energy dominant. And that is one of the goals of Donald Trump. We want to be the dominant country in energy production. And that means everything. We use our oil, we use our gas, we use our coal, we use our nuclear power when it makes sense. In some cases, it makes sense to use wind and solar. We should do it. But as I said, wind and solar at best could provide maybe 10% of our energy needs. The other 90% has to come from these other sources. So Trump is he is deregulating this space. He got rid of the endangerment finding, which is a huge thing, which basically says that the idea that the carbon dioxide is a pollution is wrong. No one gets sick. Carbon dioxide is not a pollution. Let me say that again. No one gets sick from carbon dioxide. Now, lead is a pollution. Sulfur is a pollution. Carbon monoxide is a pollution. But no one gets sick from carbon dioxide. And so Trump understands this. He is deregulating that space in a very effective way. His goal is to make sure that the United States is now an exporter of energy, not an importer.
Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, going back to one of your comments, you was talking about Germany as a reference. Also, a lot of people don't realize that when they started going with renewables, they destroyed their ag community. And in Mississippi here, the ag community is a big source of income for our state. So when you go out and clear 6,000 or 3,000 acres to get 300 megawatts, and you only use it about 10% of the time, those numbers don't add up to me. What's your thoughts?
Oh, by the way, I had not thought of that, but what you say makes perfect sense. So I appreciate you making that comment, because I've always said that it is a mythology. This is all about myths, because most of unfortunately, our children and our grandchildren are being taught these mythologies, that somehow wind power and solar power are green. They're not green. The land use from wind and solar power. I mean, my God, you'd have to pave over, whole states to provide enough power with wind and solar power. And you're right, you'd have to clear all the agricultural fields and put up solar panels and windmills. So just from a land use perspective, it makes absolutely zero sense. You can have a nuclear power plant that is maybe at most 1 square mile, and probably a smaller land area than that. That will provide an electric power for half of Mississippi, whereas you'd have to build thousands and thousands of windmills and solar panels. And you're quite right. You'd have to pave over your agricultural land. And Mississippi is an agricultural state. So, and by the way, they're eye spots. The other day I was in Palm Springs, California, one of the most beautiful places on earth. I mean, the most beautiful mountains, just like Montana. And you look out and all you see is windmills. I mean, how is that green? There are they are industrializing the landscape of America, and I'm opposed to that.
The we agree with you. Basically, we've embraced nuclear, and we do think that nuclear and natural gas are the future. With with some where it makes sense again with other energy sources. How long do you think it's going to take? I know that, and you may or may not have researched this, but I know that the United States has commissioned their first SMR, or TVA did, in the Clinch River, Oak Ridge. So obviously, we're excited about getting that up and going. But SMRs, in our opinion, is going to change the whole dynamic and how we generate energy. Are you familiar with the SMRs and how they're coming along?
No, I'm not sure. I've been not heard, what is SMR?
Small modular reactors.
Oh, small. Okay,
Nuclear
I had
small
not
modular.
heard that acronym. Look, I think I'm at a conference here in Montana, and one of the areas we're talking about at this conference with a lot of really smart people smarter than me, is energy policy. And one of the things that, and these are many CEOs of some of the smartest people in our country, and there is I would say that most of the people here believe that the two sources of power in the future will be nuclear power and natural gas, just as I was saying, and we'll continue to use oil and gas, but oil and coal, but to a lesser extent. And so then, as you all know, what is the problem with nuclear power? Why is it that a technology that was first developed 50 or 60 years ago has not made a whole lot of progress? And of course, that's because people are worried about nuclear power, plant problems, and you have the meltdowns. You saw what happened with 3 Mile Island. You saw what happened in Japan. There have been problems with nuclear power. And by the way, I'm a fan of nuclear power, but we have to be people are nervous. They don't want a nuclear power plant in their backyard for good reason. I wouldn't want one just because it would make me nervous that if you have a meltdown, you get contaminated and you get cancer. And so we need to, so I do believe that the solution to that problem is what you're saying, sir, which is that we build smaller nuclear reactors. I had not heard, what was the acronym you used? SMR?
SMR stands for small
Yeah,
modular reactor. 300
small
megawatts.
nuclear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you and I are talking about the same thing. And if you do that, you've got a smaller nuclear reactor that can provide enough electric power for maybe a town of 75,000 people. And those make a lot of sense to me. I think Americans would be much less hostile to nuclear power. I mean, for those of us who support nuclear power, and I think that includes you, we need to make the case to the American people that it's safe. That it's safe.
Yeah, we always point to the military, so you have all aircraft carriers have 2 nuclear reactors on board,
Yep.
and every submarine has a nuclear reactor on board. So they're
Yep.
they're very reliable, very safe, and so it's a different technology. They recently announced that they're restarting 3 Mile Island.
Yes. Yep.
For a data center up there. So nuclear energy is safe, it is clean, and it's
So I've got to jump in 2 minutes because I got to do a Fox interview. But I'll just end with this point that if you have those small nuclear reactors, and if we move to more natural gas, which we have a super abundance of, Mississippi can be one of the lowest cost energy states in the country, and that would be an enormous benefit to your economic development. So go for it.
Thank you.
Okay,
So much.
got to
Thank you so much
Thank you
for joining us, and
Bye.
have a good day and enjoy Montana. Okay. Next up, we have Be Strategic with I apologize, Brad Vieter. Awesome. Brad serves as CEO of Be Strategic Advisory Services, focused on guiding clients through complex legislative, regulatory, and media challenges. With 15 years of experience in the energy industry, Brad has become a recognized expert in the field, speaking at industry and legislative events about all aspects of the energy industry, from electricity markets to the value and benefit of the regulated utility model. Brad is a frequent contributor to energy trade publications such as Utility Drive, RTO, Insider, Real Clear Energy, and various industrial podcasts. Thank you for joining us, and you're recognized.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, members of the Public Service Commission. Really happy to be here, so appreciate this chance. Today, I'm here on behalf of an organization called Power for Tomorrow. Power for Tomorrow is, you might recognize us. We hang out at some of the NARUC meetings around the country, and we're really focused on one key issue, which is the value of regulation in the electric sector and how regulation is actually leading to lower costs. Our focus at Power for Tomorrow is we're sort of specifically thinking about the impact of all these things on residential customers. You know, there's a lot of talk about economic development, and we've seen a lot of growth here in Mississippi as it relates to economic development recently. And all that stuff's super important, but the angle we take is how does all of this economic development impact regular customers? And in our view, the vertically integrated, regulated model delivers more benefit to all those other customers. So,
looking forward to the presentation because I know that's a big concern for most of us is that the individual of the state they don't subsidize economic development, but it actually economies of scale brings more production, which should lower costs for everybody.
That's right, and I think that's your job, right?
Right.
And so what we're going to talk about is like how the mechanism is designed and what the tools are that you've got in your toolkit to ensure that stuff happens, and then also kind of at the same time, what's happening in those other places that don't have those tools.
Great.
And so that's hopefully that. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that's dumb.
We're having a few technical difficulties, but
There we go. How about that? Can we hear me? Perfect.
It's going to sound like you're yelling, but it's okay.
All right, good. Good. All right, so for this PowerPoint, is it going to pop up on the screen, or can you all see it? How's it?
Yes.
There we go. Perfect. All right, so thank you for having me. Thank you. Thanks for the kind introduction. Happy to be down here in Mississippi. I'll flip. Oh, I guess I've got the flipper, don't I?
Brad, where are you based at?
I'm based in D.C.
Okay. Thanks for joining us.
But I'm from East Texas, from Beaumont. But I've been in D.C. for about 20 years. So come down here, kind of close to home.
Nice.
But American energy dominance in the Southeast is what they were talking about. They didn't talk about college football dominance in the Southeast, so maybe we'll talk about
that's
that.
a thing too, by the way.
That's a real thing. That's where the cultural.
Welcome to the SEC, being from
right.
Texas.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We have Oklahoma now. So.
All right. Yeah. Well, so who is Power for Tomorrow? What do we do? Why do we exist? I outlined it a little bit. Sort of our cause and purpose is to really be a resource that provides research and can do some comparisons between the regulated electricity markets and the unregulated electricity markets. This is a gap that's really existed in the industry space for, I don't know, years and years and years, really since we got into the whole deregulation fight in the 90s. It was always kind of a contentious topic. And back in 2021, we decided that it was finally time to put an organization together that's solely focused on this one thing. And the whole predicate of it was really that public utility commissioners are kind of the ones, and public service commissioners in this instance, are kind of the ones that stand there in the lurch and call balls and strikes and ensure that rates are appropriate and just and reasonable. And they don't really get, I think, enough credit for the difficult work that they're doing. So we launched this Power for Tomorrow organization. And it was a big idea that we'd had for a while. We'd raised a little bit of money to put the organization together, gotten some members to jump on board, and we were ready to go. We were ready to launch this thing. And then that big winter storm happened in Texas on February 15th of 2021, and all the power went out. And like a bunch of people died, hundreds of people died, and we couldn't get the power turned back on. Well, the nerds like me that spend their time in this energy policy space and landscape were like, well, yeah, of course that happened, because there's no regulation and oversight in that ERCOT market. There's regulation of distribution, but there's not regulation of the generation of electricity. So now's the time to go. Like, the sort of consequences and the differences are pretty significant. We need to jump in and start telling that story. So we launched our organization then, started engaging with public service commissions, started engaging with the NARUC crowd, with state legislators, and just kind of going out and educating in hopes of becoming a resource for all of y'all. If y'all want to figure out how this stuff works, we got all the nerds that work on our team that can explain it. So here we are, nerd right in front of you. So what are we going to talk about here? We're going to talk about the origin of the regulated utility, the value of the vertically integrated utility, and how both of these things support the Southeast prosperity, which we're really seeing express itself right now. So the origin of the regulatory compact, why do we do things this way? Like, why does all this stuff exist? It really started with a Supreme Court case called the Binghamton Bridge case back in 1865, where the court said, if you will embark with your time, money, and skill in an enterprise which will accommodate the public necessities, we will grant to you for a limited time period or in perpetuity privileges that will justify the expenditure of your money and the employment of your time and skill. Then another case, Munn versus Illinois, asserted that the state had the inherent power to regulate private property when it is affected and with a public interest. So those are the kind of foundational pieces. This thing was a little bit controversial. You were, in effect, granting monopoly status to a couple of companies to provide a service. If you're going to grant that monopoly status to companies to provide a service, we've got to put some constraints, and we have to define exactly how this thing is in the public interest. That is what those foundational pieces did. So why did we decide that we wanted to grant those authorities to these entities that are in the public interest and then provide oversight to ensure they're not overcharging people? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have 10 different wires for an electric system running into your house. Like, the sheer amount of capital that has to be expended to go out and build all the infrastructure that we all rely on is a lot more like a collective good than something that we're going to be able to compete with one company to another. It just simply costs too much money to do it that way. So, you know, in New York City, of all places, they were like, all right, this after this big old blizzard happened in 1888 and destroyed the regulatory structure, they were like, we need to think about doing this differently. How can we provide sort of capital and stable return so that we can build one electric system that is in the public interests and can ensure that we have access to power? And what they came up with was, in effect, this regulatory compact that we now live under right now. And the idea being that they would go out and organize private capital to make investment into the system, and then there would be a long-term payback period over time. So that's sort of how we got to to the place that we're in now. But the question, I guess, kind of becomes, you know, what is the role, what is the job that the regulators play? It's your job to sit there in the middle and to dig through all this complicated, weedy stuff and evaluate whether the proposals that are coming in front of you do in fact meet that just and reasonable standard. Is this something that we need, and is this something that we should pay for? That is sort of the role that you play. And your ability to do that job well has this enormous impact in the current state in capital markets. You know, these sort of bankers and financiers will sort of look at what the decisions are that you're making within the state, and they'll go, okay, they made a reasonable decision given the facts that kind of came to them. We can sort of have some level of predictability as to what they are looking for and what they're going to want to do. So if we make investments in the state of Mississippi or the state of Alabama or the state of Louisiana, we know that we're going to have a pretty good shot of getting some return on that capital, right? So the sort of process that you go through and all the myriad hours that you and your staff spend kind of going through all these details expresses itself in that way, and it creates an environment where the companies that are making these big capital investments, be that Entergy Mississippi, Mississippi Power, whomever, they believe that when they expend that capital, they're going to get a return on that capital, so they're happy to do it. Wall Street thinks they're a good partner, and that's sort of the flywheel that it develops. So how does this thing work in practice? I was so excited when somebody on my team figured out how to make a slide with movement. I do not have those skills. But this is how the regulatory compact works in practice. You got investors out there who are just looking for yield on anything. They might be utility investors, they might be general, pension funds, whatever. They're just out there and they're looking at a marketplace writ large, and they're trying to say, all right, where can I get some return on capital? And all these things are in competition with one another. A lot of these investors, particularly the ones that invest in these investor-owned utilities, are pretty conservative investors. There are a lot of pension funds that kind of are involved in this. They're not really buying a utility stock. They're not buying utility equities, or they're not purchasing debt because they are expecting to see a lot of volatility. They're not expecting that they're going to buy a stock for $10 one day and it's going to be worth $900 the next day. They are not tech companies. They view these as really stable investments that kick off pretty big dividends. So a pension fund will buy because it has a pretty consistent return on a quarterly basis through a dividend, right? So they're out there searching at where they want to invest. Utility regulators come into play because the utilities just come up with a plan of how they want to spend capital over a long period of time, and then they bring that plan to you, and we adjudicate it outside this room and inside this room, and we sort of dig into all the details, much like y'all did this morning where you're asking pretty specific questions about what this 58-cent increase was and kind of getting in deep into the details. That is the job of the utility regulator, to be there and to ask questions and ask constructive questions and expect an answer, and then sort of make a decision based on the body of evidence that was presented to you. So utility regulators, are sort of people that are being watched by all these investors. The investor-owned utilities take that money from investors, from the people that have invested in their company. Once it's approved by the Public Utility Commission, they deploy that capital and they go out and build stuff, right? And then the rates are sort of expressed and defined by you. And what really is happening is the utility company is going to go out and they're like, all right, I'm going to go spend $150 million on some infrastructure today. I'm going to spend $150 million on some infrastructure today. I'm expecting that I'm going to recover that money, but I'm not going to recover it today. We are not going to put $150 million into a customer bill at a moment in time. That utility company operates as the financier in this instance, right? I'll pay the money up front, I'll ensure all the bills are paid, I'll ensure all the work gets done, and y'all pay me back over time. And that is, in effect, the regulatory compact and how it works. And the structure of those rates really matter. Everything's getting more expensive. We've got to be very focused on how exactly all this money's being spent. All right, so what's the value of the vertically integrated model? Why is it successful? Traditionally regulated utilities have oversight of generation and distribution. They're able to optimally locate generation to deal with constraints. This thing's super important, and I don't think it's something that really gets considered. They use long-term planning process to meet anticipated demand, and they're better positioned to make long-term infrastructure investments as they're looking at the system as a whole. That's how the vertically integrated system works. In a deregulated system, you've got all these generators that are just throwing things on the grid wherever they can get land and wherever it's sort of cheapest for them to do so. And what that means is then you've got to build infrastructure to follow whatever place some random generator decided to place supply. And that creates some very real problems. This is actually one of the things Stephen Moore was talking about, some of the problems with wind and solar and kind of how it's working. That's one of the problems you see in those deregulated marketplaces. Is a solar developer will come in and be like, hey, I got this spot, I can get some cheap solar, I'm gonna go build it out here. Then you gotta come back and build transmission to connect to it and then carry it over to a load center. All that stuff is not considered at once in a deregulated market. When y'all are doing it, you go through and you'll do an integrated resource plan where you talk about what stuff you might need. And then once you actually get to making resource decisions, you're thinking not only about where that generation is going to be, but is there adequate transmission that's next to it? Is there, do I need to build more transmission to do it? And if I need to build more transmission to do it, maybe that isn't the right place. Maybe I want to put that generation somewhere else. In the traditionally regulated model, you look at the whole picture and you make decisions about generation versus transmissions versus substation versus distribution, kind of based on everything holistically. In a deregulated marketplace, it just kind of shows up and you got to deal with it. And so that leads to some other costs that are not always well understood. We talked a little bit about the IRP and sort of an IRP process, like what is it, what are we doing? We're really making an evaluation of how much generation is needed, what kind of resources do we want to bring to bear that balance both cost and risk. I mean, I'm actually a pretty big advocate of really all resources. I think they all play a particular role, and I think we need to think about them that way. Stephen Moore's right, like natural gas is the belle of the ball right now, and nuclear, specifically SMRs, are things that are certainly climbing in interest. You've got batteries that are really becoming more and more important right now. As the cost of those batteries go down, we're really going to see a lot more deployment. But solar's got some great benefits too. Like, it's cheap, and like it's just pretty cheap to build, and the permitting process is pretty quick. So if I can bring some solar online to reduce some congestion on the grid, that's fantastic. If I can add batteries to it to also reduce congestion, that's fantastic, especially in places if I have limitations on natural gas distribution, if I don't have pipelines and I don't have existing gas capacity. Like, all that stuff makes sense. And that's the sort of job and the role that y'all play, where you look at this whole picture and you go, all right, that looks like a good spot for me to site some solar. That looks like a decent spot for me to site some natural gas. And that's sort of how those decisions are made. So how does the whole process work? I'm putting your job on a slide. This is more or less what we do. We go out and produce a load forecast. Here's what we think we're going to need for the next 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever interval you decide, 10 years. We go and we also look at our existing resources. All right, so we know I'm going to need 15 gigawatts of supply to supply Mississippi. I'm making that number up. I don't actually know what your number is. Like, what is it, like 7, 8, something like that?
What's the question?
How many gigawatts? How big's your system? It's not 15 gigawatts, but it's 5 gigawatts, whatever it is. So we'll put a load forecast out and we'll say, all right, 5 years from now, this is what we're going to need. We'll then look at our existing resources and we'll go, okay, I've got 4 gigawatts right now, but I've got this old gas plant that's going to retire that's 500 megawatts, or I've got an old coal plant that's going to retire, or something, right? And I'll do a little bit of math and I'll say, all right, well, that's insufficient. I need to come up with another gigawatt of power. Where am I going to go get it? So you'll add, you'll sort of do all the math and pull all that stuff together, determine what the resource need is. Then the utility will go out there and they'll do the resource acquisition and they'll start to make the investment in it. And then y'all will get into your job of figuring out the customer cost allocation. And this is that piece about how you're able to protect customers emitted in this regulated environment when we're seeing this growth, is you'll go, all right, so who is this resource serving? It's serving the whole of the system. All right, that's fantastic. In a formulaic way, let's figure out how these costs are going to be spread and how these costs are going to be allocated. And then that is what, at the end of things, allows for us to land on just and reasonable rates. So how does this work in a deregulated state? So here's what you do. You go through this long process. The utilities go out and risk capital, acquire resources. They come back and say, all right, can you help me pay for this thing that I just bought that's serving everybody? And y'all go through an adjudicatory process and land somewhere. In a deregulated state, the market, and I'm going to take PJM as an example, mostly because I was at PJM on Monday. I was presenting in front of a bunch of governors. All the governors in the PJM states are losing their minds over what's going on with PJM and how high prices are.
Just for people watching us, to explain what PJM and what states.
PJM is the largest wholesale market in the world, the largest RTO in the country, and it is the PJ&M stand for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland, but it's actually 13 states. It's a lot bigger than just those three, and it runs from Virginia, actually gets a little bit into North Carolina at the Outer Banks. So it goes from the Outer Banks of North Carolina all the way up through Pennsylvania and New Jersey. It goes west to Chicago. So kind of that whole triangle and swath with a bunch of population is what PJM is. PJM's different from MISO, where the RTO that y'all are more familiar with, because in MISO, almost all of the states except for Illinois are vertically integrated regulated states. So essentially, you can call on generation. You can decide that you want to build generation in Mississippi, and that MISO market and the generation gets built. In PJM, they don't do that. They're just like, market forces will ensure that generation gets built. There's no other forcing mechanism there. So how does it work in deregulated states? They look at a regional load forecast. They look at existing resources. They identify capacity need. They host this thing called a capacity auction, where we sort of determine what the price of resilience, what the price of reliability should be. And then they just hope that people will go out and build the generation that's needed, responding to those price signals. Then you sort of do the handoff where it moves over to the state regulator, right? We've still got regulators in all those deregulated states. It's just they are only regulating distribution. They don't have control over what happens on the generation side. They're just takers of whatever comes from those markets. So that's a difference. So you might look at this and go, all right, well, in my job, I got a lot of things to do. If I were in a deregulated state, I would only have a couple things to do. Maybe that's better. And I would tell you, nope, that's not better, because what I want as a matter of policy is I want as many of the decisions as possible about my energy future and the investments I'm going to have to make in my energy bill. I want them to be as local as possible. In the deregulated environment, so much of what happens in and around generation is determined by this nonprofit and the market signals that it sends. And so you're exporting the authority to bring necessary generation online. Put another way, what are the differences in the regulated model versus the deregulated model? The regulator looks over load forecasts. They do a holistic IRP planning process. They have oversight of resource acquisition and investment, which are things that do not exist for the regulator in the deregulated environment. They still do customer cost allocation on the distribution system. They don't do customer cost allocation exactly on the generation system. They're just kind of takers. Like whatever that costs, it just is bolted onto the bill, much like y'all see with FERC. You know how when your FERC transmission rates kind of come in, it's just a part of the bill and there's not much control that you have over it. That's how the wholesale market function in the deregulated space works too. You just got a charge that's bolted on there, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just a part of the bill. And then they both have some oversight of rate design and sort of how that's going to impact things. So, what's the impact? What has deregulation looked like in the 25 years that we've had it? This is where I'll stand on my soapbox and it gets really personal for me. I'm a Texan. I moved to DC 20 years ago. All I wanted to do was figure out how to move back to Texas, right? Like DC, I don't like it, and you know us Texans, we're a special breed, and we just want to be around others like us. So I moved over to electricity because I was like, this will be cool. I'm working in energy. I'll be in Houston in a year and a half. This is fantastic. Last job I got to get in DC. But what I learned was that, oh my gosh, the Texas electricity market is a smoldering dumpster fire. I can't move there. If I'm an expert on this thing, there is not an opportunity for me to go and continue to be an expert and live and operate in that environment. So I'll start with Texas first. Under electric deregulation, according to the Wall Street Journal, from 2004 to 2019, customers paid $28 billion more for electricity under deregulation. In Ohio, 72% of customers paid more for retail choice than
Hey, Brad.
those. Yes, sir.
Under what was the number of the years at Texas for the 28 billion? more?
2004 to 2019.
2004 to 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
15 years. There's more. It's funny. The number gets worse because of all the costs that happened during Winter Storm Uri after that, but there's still some crunching to be done.
Thank you.
In Ohio, Ohio State did a study and said customers that participate in retail choice, 72% of customers that participate in retail choice, so they buy their electricity from a third-party supplier as opposed to just buying it from default service, regular utility, 72% of them paid more. In Illinois, retail choice has cost customers $2 billion more than traditional regulation since 2015. So it's expensive. It's more expensive. The companies that are participating in it, they're engaged in this game because they want upside. And so they will create a situation where, hey, if you go and switch over to me, I'll charge you a little bit less money, or maybe I'll charge you a lot less money for a fixed time period. But then I'm going to let the market unleash, and you're going to get off that 6-month deal, much like you see with Comcast or Verizon or whatever it is, and then you're exposed to more volatility. And that's kind of what we've seen and sort of how those markets express themselves.
How do subsidies? Obviously, subsidies can distort the market as well.
Subsidies definitely distort the market. So like right now, I'll answer that a couple ways, but like in the wholesale electricity market, particularly in places like PJM, there has been a lot of interest and a lot of reason to invest in these solar panels and to invest in solar because there's a 30% investment tax credit for doing it. So you'll go out, you'll build a solar facility on a relative basis. It's like $50 a megawatt. So it's pretty cheap and it's pretty cost competitive with these other resources. In addition to it being $50 a megawatt, there's a 30% investment tax credit. So if you're a big bank and you got a big old tax appetite, you're like, cool, I can finance a solar development and I can move that 30% tax credit over to my balance sheet to remove my overall obligation. That policy's been around for almost 20 years. The Trump administration actually just eliminated it, and we're looking at the thing kind of coming to an end in 2029. But that really incredibly accelerated the movement towards solar power. Now that subsidy is gone, and so the question's going to be on a going forward basis, are these things going to pencil? They penciled for the last 20 years because there was this subsidy that was on it. Now we're in a place where the levelized cost of solar is comparable to the levelized cost of natural gas, and so it's able to compete on its own without subsidy. Does that?
Yeah, obviously that's going to be interesting to see again how it pencils or plays out. To say without the subsidy, is it what does that do to the market? And in deregulation, I guess a deregulated market in concept, maybe that's we still don't know what happened in Texas, and maybe you can elaborate on that. The deregulation of Texas. Most people are for deregulation in concept. So what did happen in Texas? Why did it fail?
Yep.
Why is ERCOT kind of there was a documentary on it saying that they were minutes away from the whole total collapse of the grid.
Yep. So the difference between a deregulated market and a regulated market is, in a regulated market, you do an IRP, you decide how much power you need, you build it, and you factor a reserve margin into it. That's just, it's straightforward. You do math and you ensure you've got resources that can meet what you expect the demand to be on a going forward basis. It's just a more simplified system. In a deregulated environment, the goal is to starve all of the excess capacity, to strangle excess capacity, because customers don't want to pay for anything they're not using all the time. So they created this single clearing price market design that works that way. Its point is to bankrupt resources that are not used all the time. That's fine most of the time. But sometimes you get these big demand moments. And what happened in Winter Storm Uri on February 15th of 2021, it got real cold. And there were some big plants that were offline when it happened to get real cold. And so all of a sudden, it's 20 degrees outside, 15 degrees outside, and all the thermostats are set at 70. And that's a big old spread. That requires a whole bunch of power. They ran out. They did not have enough power to supply that moment in time.
So you're saying the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing?
Didn't know what the left hand was doing. They ran out of power. And because there are other nuances with Texas, it's not connected to anybody else. And so it's just sitting over there going like, well, shoot, I don't have enough power. What am I going to do? If demand outpaces supply, the whole thing collapses. And that's what the documentary was talking about. If I'm pulling more out than I'm putting in, it just all breaks. So you had to shed load. You had to go out beyond the customers that were dealing with outages for one reason or another. You had to put other customers out so the grid didn't collapse.
But you're also saying, too, in Texas, the strong shall survive, but they're also not putting back into the system. They're not.
That's right. I mean, the Texas, and this is what is so painful to me. Like, all I want to do is move back to Texas. But because this energy grid doesn't work, and the left hand and the right hand aren't talking to each other, and we're not building strategy together comprehensively, it, as a friend says, the electricity market in Texas, in ERCOT, lives on the edge of scarcity. That's the idea. We want it to be as close to what we need, and it's very prepared for blue sky days, for 360 days a year. But how much does it cost when the power goes out? And do we have the stomach for that?
And it's real simple. I have a neighbor at work. He's retired from Mississippi Power. And so after Katrina, the next storm, I was sitting there trying to think of that storm, but it went through in the southwest part of Texas in
Ike.
Beaumont.
It was Ike and Rita?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was saying some of the cross arms on the distribution lines, when they took them off the poles, when they hit the ground, they just exploded.
Yeah.
There was nothing there. They're not putting anything back into the system.
Right.
And that's a big issue in Texas.
It's a huge issue. And like up in the Northeast, it's even worse
Mhm.
up there, because essentially what happens, and Stephen Moore was talking about this, you've got rising prices all over the place, right? Your transmission prices are higher, distribution's higher, and generation is super high. So what happens to regulators? You start looking at how much room there is on a bill. You've got this monster generation charge. You've got a monster, maybe not monster, but maybe it's a moderate FERC charge for transmission. And you're like, well, shoot, I can't approve these distribution rates. I can't approve distribution system costs, which are super important. We got to trim trees so the power stops going out. But they end up in this doom loop death spiral that is driven by these out of control generation prices. And so it puts the regulators in a really precarious spot, which leads to underinvestment in the system, which makes the system worse. And so it just kind of goes and builds on itself.
It's now, if you know, I read an article this week about You mentioned PGM. They're looking at their forecasts and they're looking at 32 gigawatts between
Yep.
25.
2030.
Yeah, 30 gigawatts is for hyperscalers,
Yep.
data centers,
Yep.
and only 2 gigawatts is for actual growth.
Yep. It's
And-
wild.
And
it's,
now the government, the governors of those states are getting involved
Yep.
with these system operators, saying, "Hey, we're not having any control here." That's what you're talking about.
That's exactly right. I mean, Governor Shapiro and Governor Youngkin, Shapiro from Pennsylvania and Youngkin from Virginia, were just like, I don't think this thing works. I might want out of here. If you don't fix it, we're going to walk. And it was, they did not mince words.
Have you looked at the cost difference between those regulated systems versus non-regulated?
Yeah, we look at it, and it varies state to state. The new thing that's out there right now, Brian Deese, who was National Economic Council in the Biden administration, wrote a big piece in Foreign Policy 2 weeks ago, essentially talking about, hey, deregulation's awesome. Like, we need to sort of unleash more deregulation. The funny thing that he did is he said, see, look at Texas. Texas is comparable. Their electric prices today are comparable with some of the electric prices elsewhere in the Southeast. Tricky thing he did is he didn't consider the whatever it was, $1 trillion of cost that we got from that 1 week in Winter Storm Uri. He started counting as soon as those costs had already flowed through the system. And he said, well, since then, since we had that big old hiccup and we paid all that money and everybody made all their money, the costs have been super comparable. So that's the thing that ends up happening. Texas is, while it's an insane market, it is also the most efficient one. So it ends up, and it's got a bunch of growth. These other deregulated states, like in California and up in the Northeast, don't have growth. And so they're not able to kind of mask this stuff. All the cost is borne and it's pushed on a shrinking rate base. Texas does a little better, but every 5 years, something crazy happens in Texas and it strips out all that cost differential, right? And so it ends up making Texas look a lot more like one of those more expensive states like New York.
So I know that there was a big push to try to, what they say, fix ERCOT, which is the Texas system deregulated. So what did they do to so-called fix it?
They did a couple things. The first thing they did is they instituted a price ceiling. So back when the winter storm happened, the price ceiling was $9,000 a megawatt. They passed some state legislation that said, all right, the new cap's going to be $4,500 a megawatt. That's still a whole heck of a lot of money. And after they instituted that, this is the wild example that I cite all the time. In the month of August in 2022, after they instituted that $4,500 megawatt cap, for 17 days in August, the price of power was $4,500 a megawatt. 17 days. And when you compare that with, like, I don't know exactly where wholesale prices are right now in MISO, but it's usually in the $20, $30 range. A megawatt is about what you're paying, somewhere around there. $4,500 a megawatt for 17 days, that's an absurd amount of cost. So that was the first thing they did. There's another piece of legislation called SB 6 that a lot of people talk about. You'll probably hear about it at NARUC meetings and at CRUC meetings. And essentially what this aims to do is put some constraints on what the data centers can do. And practically speaking, you've got all these people that are in Texas, all these generators or manufacturers that are in Texas, because there's a whole huge population that's moving there. And what they're all deciding is they don't want to be exposed to ERCOT. So they still want to produce the things that they're going to produce, but they don't want to have to pay those crazy ERCOT prices. So they'll build a bunch of stuff behind the meter so they don't have to interconnect to the super volatile ERCOT grid.
So they are building assets behind the meter.
They're building assets behind the meter. That's the big thing. You hear about all these nuclear discussions, and that's really what that is. They're building all that stuff behind the meter because nobody wants to pay and be exposed to that ERCOT volatility. Or if they do want to be exposed, they don't want to be exposed all the time. So they want to have a grid connection in case their solar facility or gas or in case they get into growth, but they only want to pay for a little bit of it.
But also too, you're talking about that winter storm in Texas. It's very important, as former Chairman Christie said, that we pay attention to what's going on in other states. And when that happened, when that freeze happened, that winter storm, it shut down a lot of industries, specifically in developing with your PVC pipe, petroleum products. It shut that down, and it caused a tremendous spike in material. And it took a lot of work to get it back online.
Yep.
So it's very important that we as regulators talk to our other commissioners in other states.
Yep.
But some want to listen and some don't because they have a different goal.
Right.
And we're seeing that now.
Yep, that's right. There are other things too. I think it was 2022. There are just like global events that have impacts on us and power prices. Like there's a war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine caused a spike in the price of natural gas. New England, like this is wild. New England, since they don't have good gas pipeline infrastructure, do you know what their source of natural gas is for their natural gas generators up in Boston and Connecticut? Russian gas. They ship gas from Russia on a boat into Boston Harbor and plug it in right there so that they can go and power those gas plants. So when the price of gas shot up and there was all of a sudden no supply because of the war in Ukraine, they were out of gas because New England has decided they don't want to build gas pipeline infrastructure to ship gas from the Marcellus in Pennsylvania or from Texas or wherever those other shale plays are. It's wild.
Wow.
So anyway, sorry, I'm on a tangent.
I had no idea they were using Russian natural gas. Interesting.
Yeah, it's wild. Who knew that? All right. So how am I doing on time? Oh, I got to close this out. Give me 2 minutes to close.
I like the slide that says the Southeast is winning.
That's it, which is what I'm getting to. So we'll get to that real quick. We'll talk about how you're winning, and then we'll shut it down. So what's the benefit of regulation? Better planning, faster connection. We have local support. We make strategic choices about where we're going to place things, and we use sound regulatory principles to land at just and reasonable rates. The Southeast is winning, and we're winning because when we say we're going to do something for a big customer, we do it. We meet those timelines, and we're able to deliver. And this is a little bit of the picture of just kind of what it looks like across the Southeast. And there's one story that's not up there because it just happened yesterday. But, Entergy Mississippi did a press conference and said, yep, because some big customer is coming here and is investing in the system, we got $300 million that we can invest. I think $300 million was the number. I thought it said 300, but we've got a bunch of money that we're going to be able to invest in this infrastructure to ensure it's $300 million to ensure trees get cut and that we're replacing poles and just making our system better and more resilient. That is because y'all are allocating costs right, and we're ensuring that those customers, those new customers, Amazon, AWS, whoever it is, other data centers, are coming in, are paying for stuff, and there's a little bit of extra money that they're paying. They're investing in the broader system beyond just the generation that they're getting brought online. They want improvements and upgrades to the rest of the distribution system, which impacts everybody. So we're winning. We're going to keep winning. I think that's all I got.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner Carr, any more questions?
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and it is a good study to try to understand, again, what happened in Texas, and it's intriguing what's going on with PJM and how they're having to import Russian natural gas because they're not willing to invest in infrastructure for the American natural gas, which absolutely makes no sense. There's no logic there, it doesn't seem. So thank you for your presentation and your work, and thanks for coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. Look forward to being a resource to you all in the future.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
All right.
If they need to go to the restroom.
Okay, we're running just a few minutes behind. We're gonna push through on the next one, or does everybody need a break? We're good. We're good? Okay, lost your opportunity. No show of hands. We'll go right into our next presenter, which is Kelly Williams, the Great Mississippi Shell Game Chair, the Bigger Pie Forum. Mr. Williams is chair of the Bigger Pie Forum and a member of Greenover Managers. Born in Bentonia, Mississippi, went to high school at Greenwood, Mississippi. He received his B. Oh,
We do too.
yeah. Well, yeah. So
I do too.
thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Williams, and you are recognized. Can you hear us?
This one's not working.
Yeah, both of them.
Thank you for joining us. You're recognized.
Hope you'll excuse me. I can't wing this from memory like the professionals that you've heard from. So bear with me while I refer to my notes, and I want to be sure I get it right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about being fooled. I don't do this every day, so I can't wing it, but I want to be careful that what I tell you will stand up to cross-examination and spin and rebuttal. So I'm going to go slow. I'm going to try to be precise and accurate. I don't mean to brag, but if being fooled were an Olympic sport, I'd at least get silver. I have been fooled a lot. It's said that nothing is foolproof to a sufficiently talented fool. I'm sufficiently talented based on my experience, so I think I'm qualified to talk about being fooled. Mark Twain said, it's easy to make people believe a lie, but hard to make them unbelieve it. My talk is about lies and spin that fools us about the secret energy Amazon deal for the data centers. There's a lot of spin and disinformation about the secret deal. Entergy conceived it and worked with the governor and the Mississippi Development Authority to put it together according to Entergy. A compliant legislature then passed Senate Bill 2001 in a 2-day special session. That 300-page bill set the stage for Amazon's $10 billion and now $16 billion investment. It also set the stage for unlimited spending by Entergy for Amazon-related projects. We've heard from some credentialed energy experts this morning. I'm not an expert credentialed otherwise, but I understand some of what they said, and I understand that electric rates are going up because demand for electricity is growing faster than reliable supply. That's happening most everywhere. And demand is growing due to artificial intelligence and due to data centers' demand for electricity. They make artificial intelligence possible. And prices go up when demand grows faster than supply. That's an iron law of economics. It works for all commodities. And prices for most commodities fall when supply catches up to demand. But the price for electricity never seems to fall. That may be because regulated monopolies produce electricity, and their markets and prices are protected. Prices for commodities also go up when there are doubts about supply reliability. More windmills and solar projects create doubts about supply reliability because they only produce electricity when the wind is blowing and the sun is shining. They're not reliable. You might think that unreliable power would be cheaper, but you might be wrong about that. So we have a perfect price storm. Fast-growing demand, slow-growing, less reliable, more expensive supply. Electric grids connect producers and users of electricity. We are part of the MISO grid along with 14 other states. Entergy shares electricity with other producers in the grid. Here's a question. When Amazon's data centers start up and Entergy runs short of electricity on a hot summer day, it may buy very expensive emergency power on the grid. The question is, who pays for it? Does Amazon, whose demand is greater and will create most of the demand, or do small customers, residential customers, and small businesses pay for it? I don't think we know the answer to that question because it's secret. And Entergy's electricity for residential customers and small businesses that they use every day, that is not emergency electricity, will also be more expensive. If small customers pay for part of Entergy's spending for Amazon. I want to explain this so that small customers will understand why their rates are going up. It's simple. If Entergy spends more for plants and infrastructure for Amazon, then Amazon pays under the secret deal, and Entergy's small customers pay the difference. Their rates go up. That's in addition to increases due to inflation, a tighter supply-demand balance, higher fuel costs, and other factors unrelated to the Amazon deal. Some small customers are concerned about higher rates. Others may not know what's coming, or they may trust Entergy or the governor or the legislature to do the right thing. They may be surprised and angry when their rates go up. I write about this, and so does Wyatt Emmerich, a professional journalist, a real journalist who's here today. In the local news media, Magnolia Tribune, Jackson Jambalaya, WLBT, they run these stories. They're waking people up. Thank you. You're doing a public service. If enough people wake up, there may be a preference cascade. That happens when enough people realize they have a common problem and can do something about it. Rates will go up for about 1 million people in Entergy's monopoly service area due to the Amazon project. That may be enough people. I represent Bigger Pie. We try to wake people up. We are in the sound the alarm business, like Paul Revere. You remember, listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. Paul Revere's message was simple. The British are coming. His job was to wake people up before it was too late. Our message is simple. Our rates are coming. The explanation is simple, but it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that the governor and the legislature would make small customers pay more to benefit one of the largest companies in the world and one of the country's largest electric utilities. So it's understandable when politicians say Amazon's investment is good for Mississippi, but it's not understandable when they say Entergy's uncontrolled spending for Amazon is good, when it will cause higher rates for over 1 million Mississippians. Entergy says rates are going up anyway, but they will go up less under the secret deal. That's like a British loyalist running behind Paul Revere and saying, but there aren't as many British coming as there might have been. It sounds like spin. Spin is a nice word for a lie. And Mark Twain was right. It's easy to make people believe lies and spins, especially about the benefits of economic development projects. You remember the Kemper County lignite plant. It was an economic development project. It was based on lies and spin about the experimental technology that didn't work. Millions in taxpayer dollars and billions in shareholder value disappeared. And rates for Mississippi Power small customers went up 17%. Promoters justify spending for economic development projects on the premise that they will create permanent jobs. Some do, some don't. The $6 billion Kemper project created no promised permanent jobs, none. So spending on economic development projects is a risky game. I call Entergy's spending under the secret deal the Great Mississippi Shell Game. The Barker, the Shell man is the legislature. It made the PSC, disappear. The Barker is Entergy. He touts prosperity and progress, and he says Amazon's huge power needs are urgent, and that Entergy's rush spending without PSC oversight is necessary to meet Amazon's schedule. He says Entergy's guaranteed 10% profit on spending for projects before they work, and even if they never work, is somehow good for small customers. He says the game goes faster if the PSC, if you can't blow the whistle on unneeded spending, overspending, no bid contracts, spending that's not used and useful, and spending that's not prudent. Entergy's no-bid contractors and suppliers are the shills in the crowd. They whisper, data centers mean more jobs and less brain drain, and will transform Mississippi into a miniature Silicon Valley. The Marx, the suckers, are the small customers who will pay for energy spending for Amazon that Amazon won't pay. How much is that? We don't know. Secret deal. This is not to question the benefits of Amazon's huge investments here, or to question its negotiators who got the best deal they could for Amazon. It may be the best deal they ever got. If the secret deal makes Entergy's customers pay more for Entergy spending for plants and infrastructure for Amazon's data centers, then small customers in other states pay for their utilities spending for their data centers. That's on our legislators, not Amazon. They negotiated the deal. And if Entergy's out of control spending hurts its customers more, that's also on our legislators. Were they misled about the deal? What's happened to small customers' rates in other states with data centers? Virginia has over 500 data centers, more than any other state. Its residential rates have gone up 29% since 2020 with the advent of the hyperscale data centers. Rates there are expected to double by 2030. Georgia is a similar case. Its rates have increased 27%. And you have a similar story in other states with data centers. Why does this happen? Because utilities spend more for data centers than data center owners will pay. Small customers pay the difference. Little guys subsidize giant corporations. It's called the data center effect, the data center effect. And that happens in other states that have not sidelined their PSCs or allowed their utilities uncontrolled spending. What's going to happen here? Secret deal sidelines the PSC and gives Entergy a blank check. Previous speakers spoke about the benefits of regulation, regulated utilities. There are some benefits. It'd be nice if we had them. Entergy says its rates are among the lowest in the country. It implies that it won't hurt if they go up. They are low relative to the rest of the country, but they are not low relative to the income of almost half of Entergy's residential customers. Those customers are among the poorest in the country. Their energy burden, that's a percent of their household income that they spend on energy, is the highest in the country. It will get higher. That's embarrassing. We should be embarrassed by a deal that makes Mississippi's poor subsidize big companies. So what happens? If you were cheated in a rigged game, you probably wouldn't play again. If you're a small customer, you don't have a choice. Entergy has the only electricity game in town in its 45 county monopoly service area. So what can you do? What can we do? There are over 1 million of us. We have some collective clout. We can demand to know how much our rates are going up and how much of the increase is due to Entergy's out-of-control spending for Amazon. We can demand that legislators restore the PSC's, your historic authority to regulate Entergy's spending. We can demand that legislators create a watchdog agency to represent us. Other states have consumer advocates. for small customers. Mississippi small customers need one too. So I'll leave you with a few questions. How big a deal is sidelining the PSC? It's a huge deal. No other state has done it. You can't have a regulated monopoly without regulators. You just have a monopoly, one that enriches shareholders at the expense of small customers. Entergy is protected as a regulated monopoly, but it wants the profits of an unregulated business. That's not right. That's what antitrust laws are for. How can we avoid future ratepayer disasters? We can't if we have no regulator and customers have no watchdog. So we're seeing another ratepayer disaster like Kemper play out in real time. Does the public utilities staff represent ratepayers? No. It was created to advise you, the PSC. It's supposed to balance the interest of utilities and ratepayers and give you objective advice on utility spending and the effects on small customers. It doesn't. It favors utilities. It gets input from utility engineers and professionals, utility lawyers, utility consultants, and experts and utility supporters. It gets no input from customers. They have no engineers, lawyers, experts, or other advocates to speak for them. The system is rigged against small customers. It's an injustice to keep small customers at the mercy of the present system. Why is Mississippi last? Are we slow learners or what? Other states are requiring data centers to reimburse costs utilities incur and are barring cost shifting to residential customers. Indiana, Ohio, Georgia, Delaware, and other states are doing this. Why don't we do something to mitigate damage that's coming to small customers from the secret deal? So how do we know what to believe about the secret deal? You can believe the actual language that sidelines the PSC if you can find it in the 300-page bill. And you can compare that to what you've heard and decide for yourself. We have a handout that will help with that identifies the fine print subsection in subsection 22 of the bill that sidelines the PSC, that rubber stamps prudence, that removes competitive bidding for construction contracts, that removes caps on rate increases, and that allows Entergy to put padded cost plus interest in customers' rates before projects are complete and before they work, and even if they never work. And it allows Entergy to make a large customer agreement with terms that can be set without reference to existing laws and locked in place for the life of the agreement, and that are immune to PSC to your modifications, even if costs increase more than provided for in the agreement. The whole deal is a secret, a trade secret, a political secret. So here's some takeaways. Entergy is a cost plus 10% monopoly. It's unlike businesses that aren't monopolies. Those businesses want their costs to be low so they can make a profit. Entergy wants its costs to be high so that it can make a profit. The higher its cost, the more it makes, and the greater its market value for shareholders. Entergy's costs for big economic development projects are higher than costs for small customers projects. So it promotes big economic development projects and gives lip service to small customers. Section 22 of Senate Bill 2001 says that the Amazon project is more important than regulating Entergy in behalf of customers. The Amazon project is more important than regulating Entergy in behalf of customers. It's more important for Entergy to be in the economic development business than it is to provide service to small customers. Reliable, affordable, economic service. Entergy's profits flow through to its Entergy Corp parent. The market value of Entergy Corp has increased over 50% in the last 18 months. That's based on $33 billion of planned spending by its subs, including Entergy Mississippi, for data center projects over the next 5 years. Small customers rely on you to regulate Entergy spending and to see that it provides affordable, reliable electricity for all its customers. Senate Bill 2001 removes your authority to do this. Entergy Mississippi and its political allies see you, the PSC, as a pest, so they've squashed you. It looks like they see small customers as acceptable collateral damage in Mississippi's brave new data center world. They may squash them too. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner, any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to push through. So thank you, Mr. Williams, for your presentation. And next, we're going to go to Entergy and Jeremy Vanderloo, Vice President of Business Operations and Strategy. Mr. Vanderloo was appointed Vice President of Business and Operations Strategy in 2025. In his role, he leads the development of Entergy Mississippi's overall strategy to drive growth and enhance operations while working collaboratively across the corporation to achieve strategic objectives and execute key initiatives. That's a brief bio, Mr. Vanderloo, but thank you for being here, and you're recognized.
All right. Put that in there if that'll work. Hey, good morning, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to present and hit this grid summit this morning. I have with me also Commissioner Quays, who's our Vice President of Reliability, and I just want to let you know this is about affordability and reliability, so I'm going to address the affordability component.
I will.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Quates. It was on the back side of the sheet. So we also have Ms. Quates with us. She was appointed Vice President of Reliability in 2025. In this role, she's responsible for overseeing safety, operations, construction, reliability improvement, engineering, asset planning, distribution, dispatching, meter services, contract management, and emergency restoration for the company's transmission and distribution systems. Over 23 years of utility experience, and also bachelor degree in engineering and master's degree at the business administration from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. That's a big job title. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Vandal, you're
All
right.
right. Yeah, good morning, Commissioner. So I'm going to address the affordability part of our comments, and then Ms. Quates is going to discuss the reliability aspect. And so, of course, reliability and affordability are at the heart of what we do as an electric utility. And it's not just about providing reliable and affordable rates today. As you know, we have infrastructure that lasts 40, 50, 60 years. And so how do I know that the decisions I'm making today are going to produce reliable and affordable energy in the future for our customers? And as you all know, that's difficult because the future is so full of uncertainty. And if you have any question about that, this is, with the age we're living in right now, is a perfect example of the uncertainty we're facing. Our energy policy, federal energy policy, looks vastly different than it did even 3 years ago. And for the first time ever in the history of the United States, the president has declared a national energy emergency. And a lot of that is driven by this historic level of demand for electricity that we're seeing across the nation. And that demand for electricity means there's demand for the equipment that's used to provide that electricity. And that demand is putting increasing pressure on a supply chain that's still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. So what I'm going to talk to you about this morning is the cost increases that we have been seeing across the industry, some of the drivers behind those cost increases, and how, because we have had historically low growth in Mississippi, our rates have been going up so that we can continue to reinvest back in the grid for the benefit of customers. And we realized that that growth trajectory we were seeing in our rates was not sustainable from an affordability perspective. So we sought out opportunities to improve that. And while I can't change the supply and demand equation that's driving up the cost of the equipment we need for our business, I can go out and look for new growth that will help spread those costs over a larger customer base. And that's exactly what we did. And so I'm going to explain to you how we were successful attracting that new growth and how that has fundamentally changed the rate growth trajectory for our customers. And not only that, but as you heard yesterday, and it was mentioned earlier this morning, that revenue from that growth is going to help fund additional reliability improvements for our grid. And because of the revenue we're getting from the growth, we're going to be able to increase our reliability spending by 50%, which we think is going to drive outages down by 50%. And all of that will come at no additional cost to customers related to that reliability spend. And so we think that is a really positive outcome. And the reason that we achieve that outcome is because we have 4 key stakeholders that we focus on: our customers, our employees, the communities we serve, and of course we have owners. And for us to be successful meeting the outcomes of all of those stakeholders, we have to make sure we're delivering positive outcomes for our customers. And so I think we have a really good track record of having demonstrated that. If we go back 10 years to 2015, and you look at the period from 2015 to 2020, we replaced 1,000 megawatts of retired generation with modern gas. We improved the reliability of our transmission grid from bottom quartile to top quartile. We deployed advanced metering infrastructure across our entire service area, which gave our customers better information about how they use energy. We began grid modernization, where we put out thousands of smart devices and further increased the sectionalization of our distribution grid. And what that does is that reduces the duration of outages when customers see an outage. And during that 5-year period, we added $3 billion to our grid in Mississippi. And we did it while keeping rates relatively flat when you take out fuel volatility. And again, we did that because we keep customers at the center of our discussions and planning. Now, having low rates is important, but we understand customer bills are driven by both usage and rates. And so we want to equip our customers with the information that they need to understand their energy usage. So we spend, and to make good decisions about it. So we spend millions of dollars a year on demand-side management solutions to help customers manage their bills. And through our app, literally at the touch of your fingers, you can see exactly real-time what your energy usage is. 10 years ago, you didn't know how much your bill was going to be until you got it in the mail. Today, you can see exactly how much your bill would be today, and you get a projection of what it's going to be at the end of the month so that you can better manage your energy usage. And we've heard, we have a substantial number of low-income customers. So we have programs that are targeted at those low-income customers. We developed the Power to Care Fund, which is bill assistance for older adults and disabled customers. We continue to advocate for full funding of the LIHEAP program at the federal level, which is an important safety net for millions of vulnerable Americans. And every year, our employees donate thousands of hours to provide free tax assistance to low-income customers. And we help them qualify for earned income tax credits that have literally put millions of dollars back in the pockets of our customers. And while these programs are important, we know they're not enough to offset the rising costs that we're seeing. These are the challenges that our entire industry is seeing. This is not unique to Entergy. We have seen rising costs. We've seen new and changing regulations. We're dealing with issues of a legacy design that doesn't meet the current expectations of our customers on our system. We'll talk about increased weather risks, and we're going to talk about, again, how those customer expectations have changed. We talked about the fact that this demand that's happening across the country is driving up the cost of materials that we need in our business. And this chart shows over the last 3.5 years just how much that equipment has increased. And I didn't say, give me the highest cost increases of equipment. This represents where we are buying the most items of equipment. And so our biggest purchases are transformers, high voltage breakers, electrical equipment. And so when the cost of the equipment that you buy most is going up 50% or 40%, your costs are going up significantly. And again, this is I'm sorry.
Curious, what are the numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are those numbers?
I don't know why it's up there. It's supposed to be the categories of cost. The first one is the high voltage breakers.
Okay.
The second one is the transformers.
What would be some of the reasons for the cost going up?
Primarily, it's the demand for energy across the nation.
But it started back after COVID.
COVID was a supply chain issue where, because factories had shut down, the supply chain got interrupted with shipping and things like that. So that lowered supply. And then as the supply was starting to come back up, demand started rising. So supply and demand are still out of imbalance, and that's what's driving that cost.
Have you seen any cost adjustments up or down since, obviously, the COVID did make everything go up for most of us? Even in my business that I was in, costs went up substantially because of demand and because of supply issues. Have you seen any easing of that since COVID?
No.
I know other industries have. But.
No. And again, this is showing you from 22 forward, and it's that demand for energy across the nation. The second column there is our transformers, and transformers are important to serving both residential and commercial customers. And again, the cost of that have gone up 42%. And we were having trouble just a year and a half ago, finding transformers for residential subdivisions. And we had to go out and find new sources of it. And a big part of that was because, again, the demand was so much higher than the supply, the cost is now higher for those transformers.
Just curious, where are most transformers, where are they made?
Most of our equipment, and we're going to talk about part of the regulation challenge, most of the equipment we have is made overseas. Now, we do have, we are the I think we're the largest buyer of Siemens transformers right here in Richland, Mississippi. So we do get some equipment, but most of the equipment we get is from overseas, and that's where the tariff issue comes in. And you know, we're dealing with the tariffs. We would love to see more domestic manufacturing, but our need for equipment is here today, and that domestic manufacturing is years off in the future. So these tariffs, whether you support them or not, they have the potential to drive tens of millions of dollars of additional costs onto our business. And that's just the reality of it.
But also with the data centers and all the growth in that area, copper prices has shot up tremendously.
I'm sorry, what prices?
Copper prices have
Oh.
shot up tremendously. Getting back to your demand.
Right. So we're seeing these higher costs. What's not on here, because again, this is the items we have bought the most over this 3.5-year period. And again, like I said, high voltage breakers, transformers, electrical equipment. Power generation costs are not on here because obviously we don't buy power generation in bulk. You know, it's very rare when we add new generation to the power grid. But when I retire a power plant, I need to replace that capacity just to provide the same level of service for customers. And you heard a little bit about the integrated resource planning process. And again, just to summarize again, that's the process where we look at the costs and benefits of both supply and demand side resources to see what are the most affordable and reliable alternatives to serve our customers. And so we've been filing our IRPs with the Commission for a number of years now. And if you look at this chart, you can see on the left, that's our 2018 IRP. And that red line that runs above the horizontal axis, that shows how much generating capacity we need. And you can see in 2018, we needed generating capacity that increased in 2022. It increased again in 2030 and again in 2034. And we had in there as a solution a new gas plant that we would build in 2023. You fast forward to the 2021 IRP, you can see now the red line is below the need in 2022, and that's because we were able to buy an existing power plant in 2019. So we didn't build a new power plant. That existing power plant was a much lower cost for our customers than if we had to build a new one. And then we're right at what we needed to up until, again, 2030 and 2031, another big need arises. So we have been showing for many years that we need new capacity just to replace our aging generation. This chart shows the location of our power plants in Mississippi, the ones that are running today and the ones that we have under construction. And you can see from this chart that since 2005, we've added about 2,100 megawatts of generation. But by the end of 2030, we'll have retired 2,800 megawatts of generation. So again, absent any growth at all, I would still need 700 megawatts of new generation to meet existing customers' needs. And what we have seen over the last 3 years is the cost of that new generation has gone up 75%. And that's if you can even get the components you need to build a power plant today, because there's in such high demand for that. Now, the great news is, going back to this chart, we showed that we needed capacity in 2031. If I was going to build a plant in 2031, I would put in a reservation today for the turbine, and I would start next year with all of the planning and preparation to start building that plant to have it online by 2031. There's a 6-year lead time right now to get in the queue and start building that power plant. Because of the growth we were able to attract and we knew that it was coming, we were able to pull forward that generation, and the plants that we are building today do not have that 75% escalation in them because we were able to get ahead of that wave of inflation. Weather risk is another thing Ms. Quates is going to talk about when she gets up here. And I think you all know and you've seen from your interactions with customers and our discussions with you how weather risks are increasing. And the weather events are not just more frequent, they're more severe. And the Clarion Ledger reported earlier this year that we're on track to have twice as many tornadoes in Mississippi as we did last year. and last year was not a low year for tornadoes. We're seeing thunderstorms that have tropical level winds, and unlike a tropical storm where you have advance notice, you have very little notice of where thunderstorm is going to hit or how severe it's going to be. And so these severe storms are causing more and more damage, and the cost, because the cost of equipment has gone up, the cost to repair that damage is getting more expensive. And so this chart shows our historic and planned spend on our distribution and transmission systems. And as you can see, we've been spending more on those systems, but because of the cost increases we're seeing, those dollars don't go as far as they used to go. And a great example, which is not shown on here, is our vegetation costs. We trim our distribution lines on a 4 to 5 year cycle. So every 4 to 5 years, we will have trimmed the vegetation off all 18,000 miles of distribution lines. And we've seen the cycle cost for that vegetation trim increase 50% in the last 5 years. So if I didn't spend anything more today than I spent 5 years ago, I'd only be able to trim 2/3 of the same number of miles. So we have to spend more just to make the same dollars go as far. So we talked about how these costs are impacting our business. And what we have seen in Mississippi particularly is, as these costs started to escalate with the COVID pandemic and now continue with rising demand, we didn't have a lot of economic growth. And so costs are going up, our sales are remaining relatively flat, and that means rates have to go up if we're going to continue to modernize the grid and make those improvements for the benefit of customers. And so when we looked at this, we saw that that's not a sustainable rate trajectory. And so we knew we had to do something about it. Again, we talked about this growth across the nation is driving up demand for supplies. And so we said, we need to make sure that we are bringing that growth to Mississippi, because it's going to impact our costs anyways. So let's get the revenue from that to help affect this rate trajectory. And that's exactly what we set out to do. And so we used some personal relationships that some of our employees had with individuals at Amazon Web Services. And we set out just to learn about the data center industry. And what do you need? What are data centers looking for when they come to locate in a particular area? And at that time, they were not looking anywhere in the Southeast United States. But we took that opportunity to learn from them, to plan about how we would serve a data center. And then, several years later, AWS came to us with a project. And that project had an incredibly fast need for service. And in one of the very first meetings we had, I remember an engineer of mine sitting there and saying, "You could go anywhere in the United States. Why are you looking at Mississippi?" And they said, "Because you're one of the only utilities that has not told us no." And again, to remind you of the timeline, they came to us in April of 2023 and said, "We need service in January of 2025. And when we told our capital projects folks that, the ones who are responsible for building out transmission, they said, "Well, we can't do that because it's a 48-month lead time on transformers. No one can do that." Well, we figured out a way to do it. And the pre-planning that we had done in those discussions with AWS allowed us to take advantage of this transformative opportunity. So AWS announced that they're coming to Mississippi, and that really changed the profile of the state, just like 20-something years ago when Nissan announced they were coming to Mississippi. And so we've now had 2 other data centers announce that they're coming to Mississippi, Compass and Aveo. And of course, we have a lot of other interest from other entities because of how it has raised the profile of Mississippi. And so when you think about what is good economic development is growth that generates more growth. And my growth is not going to generate more growth if I'm pushing costs onto other customers. And so we have seen here, and these are just a number of the other announcements, and a lot of this is happening in the metro area, but it's not all in the metro area. We have seen the growth that's coming to Mississippi. And, you know, when you make it easier for a business to grow, you don't just help that one business. You help the construction industry, you help the supply chain industry, you help the service industry. And all of that, again, is generating more growth. We announced last year that we're building a new power plant in Greenville, the Delta Blues Advanced Power Station. That requires new gas supply capability. Because of our investment in Washington County, Kinder Morgan has announced a $1.7 billion pipeline that's going to cross 10 Mississippi counties. Growth, creating more growth. Modine and ABB are expanding in Mississippi because they sell equipment to data centers. Growth is creating more growth, and that is a good thing for our customers. Now, I was in Natchez a couple weeks ago, and I was talking to community business leaders, and I was trying to explain to them, you don't live in the capital area. There's not a lot of this growth in Natchez. Why should you still be excited about this growth? And I explained to them the same thing as I'm explaining to you today about how costs are increasing across our industry, how historically our growth has not been there and rates are going up. And we saw that that rate trajectory was unsustainable. So by bringing AWS and these other customers to Mississippi, we have changed that bill growth trajectory. And what I got here is a slide that, again, this shows the, in red, the national average residential price per kilowatt hour. And the yellow, up to 2024, is our actual price per kilowatt hour. And we don't have a really effective way at estimating the national average energy price, but what we did for this example is I took the current growth rate and extended it out for the next 5 years because we really don't see any relief, to your question, any relief on these prices. We don't see demand slacking off at all, and so we think that's a realistic assumption. But with respect to our prices, I use real information. And we have a 5-year capital forecast. We only publicly disclose 3 years of that. But we have a 5-year capital forecast, and starting in 2024, that blue line represents what it would have cost our customers, how much we would have invested in the grid to replace aging generation, and how much revenue would we have had from our existing customers. And that blue line shows you a trajectory that fairly closely matches the current growth rate at the national average. The yellow line, from 2024 on, we take the actual investments we are making in the grid up through 2030, including new generation that we wouldn't have put in that blue line. And we're taking all of the revenues from these new customers and calculating that new price. And as you can see, that growth has significantly changed the trajectory of our rates. And as we talked about, and you can see from this chart, rates don't go down because we're having to reinvest. There is inflation, costs go up over time. But this rate trajectory has been cut in half because of this growth. And not only that, I'm really excited about the announcement we made yesterday that these revenues from this growth are helping us fund a 50% increase in reliability spend. So we're going to be able to spend almost $1 billion over the next 5 years to reduce outages by 50%. And that's not going to have any additional bill impact for customers. And so what you see from this chart is that reliability spend is not reflected in the blue line. It is reflected in the yellow line. So I can do more for customers at a lower overall cost to them because of this growth. And that's what we really want you to understand and appreciate today, that we have managed this growth well. I know we have shared with you the details of some of these transactions so you can understand. If you want me to answer specific questions about your authority under Senate Bill 2001, I'm glad to do that. But otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Quates. And again, I can take some questions from you after she's done too, if you'd like.
You want to ask questions? Yeah, since it was brought up, Mr. Van der Loot. So in the the previous presenter, the question was asked if obviously if energy rates spike through a lack of generation, AWS decide, there's an event like in Texas or other, and we have to buy power off the market. Who does pay for that spike? Is there something in the legislation or law or in y'all's agreement with AWS? I know we had a recent event in the Northern District where we had a natural gas outage, and so in the contracts, obviously the industrial customers were restricted. They were first restricted over the consumer, and so there was a safeguard there on the ratepayer that the big corporations are kind of throttled before you cut somebody's heat off or hot water off. So I guess it's a two-phase question. Number one, if that energy does spike, we have to buy it off the market, say MISO, and it is more expensive. Is that passed on to the ratepayer, or who pays that deficit of what your normally costs are and what it would be in that case if it spikes like that?
Sure. And I appreciate you asking that question. And I think it starts with the premise, first of all, that any new customer, again, to have good growth, you have to have a customer paying the additional costs that they're putting on the system. Because if you don't have that, it's not going to be good growth. And so you start with that premise that this customer or any other customer is going to pay the cost that they're putting on the system. And if you've got a customer that's big enough that it's requiring you to add additional generating capacity to your system, in order to protect reliability of the system, you have to have a load ramp that's consistent with when that new generation comes on, so that no individual customer, by being added to the system, threatens the reliability of the system. And then once that infrastructure is on, it's part of the grid. And if there's an issue with the grid, all customers share fairly in that cost in proportion to how much of the burden they're putting on the grid. And so we talk about the role that the staff does protecting consumers. I've been working with Entergy for over 20 years, dealing with the public utility staff on a number of special contracts for economic development. And going back to when 20 years ago, it has always been the staff's policy that these large customers are going to pay the same fuel bill as every other customer. And that's how those market spikes show up through the fuel cost. And so they're paying the same share of that cost as every other customer. And that's appropriate because we've added the infrastructure that they're paying for to make sure that there's enough generation to try and avoid those in a normal situation. Does that answer your question?
So in that case, obviously, in the that was presented earlier, if your cost did go up, to say 20%, then that would go into the total rate base based on that extra cost that you incurred based on lack of production.
Well, okay, let's say the two of you I have a system with two customers. You're using 10% of the grid right now, you're using 90%. If there's a surge in energy prices, you're going to get 10% of that cost, you're going to get 90% of that cost. Does that get more at what you're...
Right, yes, thank you. Okay. Also, the, ultimately, we do want to see rates lower, and so what you would say without doubt is that AWS being here will lower the rates of Mississippi ratepayers on their bill, as opposed to them not being here.
Absolutely.
So, and the $300 million yesterday that was announced. Again, there is some. I know Commissioner Stamps is keenly involved in grid resiliency and reliability. Where's that money coming from? Who's paying for that?
That's coming from all of the revenue that we have coming in from this additional new growth. And so as I showed you on that slide, that is helping us reinvest. And without that new growth, I couldn't go out and fund $300 million without putting pressure on our credit metrics, that could actually end up costing customers more in the long run. And so that's really the real benefit of us being able to take that additional revenue and reinvest it back in the business, because it helps us to maintain the same credit ratings we have today, but to do more for customers without adding anything additional to their bills because of that reinvestment.
As we've been, Entergy, of my understanding, we've been selling into the MISO market. I'm going to go a different angle.
Sure, sure.
So we've been selling into the MISO market, which is the other 15 states that the first speaker talked about. And so most of the time, and I'm steady watching the graph here of what's going on, that 60% of the time we're sending electricity north, and 40% of the time they're sending it south. So with the current administration and his, war on renewables, as we would say, and he's pushing coal. And I know that in Michigan or Minnesota, they're bringing a new plant back online, a coal plant. So as that plant, the whole metrics, the whole formula is going to change. And I know as we've been selling it, that's been depressing our prices here in our state. Is that correct?
Yeah,
It's been keeping our rates low.
Well, I would say the reason we're selling the power is because our costs are low. Because if our costs weren't low, MISO wouldn't be directing our plants to run.
Correct.
Yeah.
So as that changes in the north, because the subsidies are going to go away, and they have to back up and punt, what's going to be, how's that going to keep our rates low? If that formula has changed going up north, and Entergy is selling into that market is going to decrease at that point, correct?
Well, the way I think about it, Commissioner, is we have enough generation to meet our customers' peak demand, plus we have that reserve margin that Brad Viator was talking about. And of course, there's a cost associated with that. And because our customers don't always use electricity at the peak, we have shoulder seasons and we have times of the day when we're not at peak power, those generators can turn down and could be idle. If they're economic enough to be dispatched and run in the MISO market, I get additional revenues from MISO that helps offset the cost of owning that. And that flows back to customers, which actually does help keep bills low.
Okay. So as that changes and our state continues to grow, we hear conversation about more data centers coming in. So we're not on the hook, so to speak, of sending it north. We're going to be able to take care of our customers and our citizens here in this state.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And so that would also keep our rates low and not rising on the national level, because we generate more than we actually use. But that looks like it's fixing to change in the future.
Again, our position on new growth is, and I think this is part of the problem you're seeing is in the areas like PJM, I'm not going to bring new growth that would threaten reliability of the grid or drive up grid costs until I have the power to be able to serve that load. And that's really, I think, what's missing in PJM is people are signing on the distribution companies are signing on new growth, and they don't have any generation guarantee to serve it. And so that's creating these capacity crises in PJM. We won't do that, and I know you wouldn't let us do that either through our IRP process. Mm-hmm. And there was some discussion this morning about Senate Bill 2001 having different provisions. The infrastructure we're building associated with this growth is still a minority of our business. And Senate Bill 2001 didn't change anything about how you regulate the rest of our business. And you have the full authority to review the prudence of all of our costs, including costs subject to 2001, and determine ultimately what goes into rates for customers. And none of that was changed by Senate Bill 2001.
And being a member of the MISO, we constantly are at odds, so to speak, of transmission lines that are in that Midwest part of the country. They're wanting us to take part of those cost allocations. And I fight hard against that because it doesn't really benefit these citizens in this state.
Absolutely.
So-
One of the best things we did when we joined MISO was we worked with the commission at that time to make sure that we had protection at that time to keep those costs from the north from being tagged to MISO South. And we've been successful, and I know we're working with you and your team to continue to make sure that we do that, and we're 100% aligned on that.
It's not that we don't want to be paying for something that doesn't benefit us.
That's right. That's
And
right.
that doesn't benefit us. And I know there was an article written about this commission that was fighting against that. We're fighting against it because we don't want our customers to help pay for that, because it doesn't benefit us. We generate enough, and our load is close, I mean, our demand is close enough to our load that we don't have to pay for that transmission. They have thousands of miles of transmission lines that they're wanting to incur. And there's a case now where North Dakota is fighting against the other states in the north about paying for that. It doesn't benefit them. It doesn't benefit us. So I just want people to know that we at this commission are looking at every angle and paying attention to what's going on in every state. We're also paying attention to what's going on in Louisiana, because they got a huge growth with their data centers. And we're there for them, but we also are for our citizens first. And I just want people to know that we are constantly on the lookout for what, we don't want our citizens to incur a cost that doesn't benefit us.
And I do think that's ultimately the concerns are, and that's been a lot of people's concerns, and quite honestly, around the country as we go to NARUC, CRUC, and others, is that the data centers that they promise that the more volume, the lower the cost for everybody. You share those costs of maintaining the infrastructure with a bigger customer, like you displayed earlier. If they're consuming 90% and we're consuming 10, then they're paying theoretically 90% of the infrastructure cost to maintain the system.
That's right.
Or that percent or that profit based on that 10% of that. So ultimately, I know that there's a lot of anxiety based on to make sure that everybody does their due diligence with the legislature and the utility and the PSC to work together to make sure that the ratepayer is not taking the brunt of those investments from big companies. So I think that it's a concern that is widespread, and of course we're going to continue to work hand in glove to make sure that what we're hearing and what we're all wanting to do is that make sure that the ratepayer at the end of the day is not subsidizing corporations coming in. We want them here, and so we're glad they're here and being part of our state and investing in our state. We just want to make sure that it's a benefit to our ratepayers and not an extra cost or expense to them. One question I do have, and it may be Ms. Quates, is that as we go down the data center trail, we know that a web search, a regular web search, an AI web search takes 8 times more power. As you use ChatGPT over a regular web search, it takes 8 times more power to do a web search with AI than it does with a traditional web search. I use it all the time. It is transformational in information gathering. So as you gather information, obviously if you use AI, you can carry on a conversation basically with the search engine. So with quantum computing and everything else coming, is quantum computing, which is on the horizon, faster chips, more computing with those data centers, is that going to, do y'all foresee that potentially reducing the amount of load that data centers are needing based on quantum computing that's coming?
Obviously I'm not an expert on AI or not, but we talk to these customers and try to understand, what their viewpoint is on that. And what we're hearing from data center customers, both customers we have today, customers that we have in other states that are my peers are talking to, is there is such a demand for AI. We're just scratching the surface of what AI can do. And I mean, AI is like the smartphone, right? When the smartphone came out, you had people who jumped on and were standing in line to buy a smartphone, and you had people like me that still have their flip phone 5 years later. But it is an emerging technology. We don't know what it's going to do, but we're just scratching the surface of it. And so the demand for AI, as you pointed out, people are using it more and more, understanding what you can do. And I was talking to a coworker yesterday. We said, AI is not going to replace your job. A person who knows how to use AI is going to replace your job, because that's really the future of where we're headed. And it's how do you make AI work for you as efficiently as possible. So what we're hearing is, as these systems become more efficient, they're just going to take that space and fill it with more computers. And so we don't think that the demand for electricity with these data centers is going to go down anytime soon. But we have protections in the contract. As I talked about, they have to pay their incremental cost of service. And you can do a regular internet search. You don't have to use AI to find out what are some best practices that utilities are doing around the country. And quite honestly, I have colleagues here that go to different conferences around the country, EEI and NARUC and CRUC, and they talk to people. And these other utilities want to know, how did Entergy do this? Because we are struggling to get data centers. And so you can look at something like Moody's, which is maybe not publicly available, but Wood Mackenzie has some articles out there about what are best practices that you're seeing from utilities. And again, it starts with making sure the customer pays their incremental cost of service. We do that for every customer. You have to have assurances that they're going to pay that cost of service. One way to do that is by setting a minimum bill. So you know that regardless of how much you're using, and again, that's standard in our tariffs today. You can see that in the tariff. You have a minimum bill in a lot of these tariffs that sets how much you have to pay. And if you don't use that, that's fine, but we built infrastructure to serve you, assuming you'd use this much power. If you don't use that much power, you still got to pay for that infrastructure. That's a common industry practice.
Where's that guarantee at?
I'm sorry?
That guarantee, they become more efficient. Just say they use.
So they can use less electricity, they're still paying that same minimum bill.
But how is that guaranteed?
So it's in the contract. And to your point, how do I make sure they're going to actually follow through with that? That's where collateral requirements come in, to make sure that they actually have enforcement ability to make sure that they're going to meet those minimum bill payments. And so all of those things are best practices that you look at when you're signing. And that's not new to data centers. We did that with other customers when they came to Mississippi. But that's how you do it to protect customers from them walking away and leaving those costs on the system.
So those contract, obviously those minimum prices are in theory enough to make sure that if something happened and they did walk away, that it doesn't, the cost that we incurred for those infrastructures to supply them is not passed on to the ratepayer.
I will say they're not in theory, they're actually enough to do that, Commissioner.
Okay, got you.
Yes.
Okay. So y'all calculated that?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I'm good. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Quates, we ran into your time. Sorry.
No, appreciate your questions. Thank you very much.
And I realize we are at All right, good morning. I realize we're at our allotted time, so I'll skip through the introductory slides. We'll go to the. All right,
Sorry about that too.
Oh, no, that's okay. I think the questions were good, and it helped address questions that may be lingering. All right, so I'm Commissioner Quates, Vice President of Reliability for Entergy Mississippi. I did want to show this slide, and then after that, I'll skip to our reliability plan. But this slide indicates, it provides an overview of our service territory. We operate on the western part of the state all the way from Natchez up through South Haven, and our territory represents about 23,000 square miles across 45 counties. You see some of our equipment stats. I do want to draw attention to the number of line miles that we have across the state. Those 19,000 miles are the equivalent of a trip to Australia and back. And that means our teams are both maintaining those lines, but we're also conducting tree trimming of those lines on our planned trim cycle. And so when I think about that, and I think about the 500 employees that we have that maintain our system and restore power, it's impressive about the work that they do every day. All right, I know you have these slides, so I'll skip past these. Two things that feed into our reliability plan are the impact of the drought and the impact of severe weather that Jeremy mentioned. And so I do want to just pause here a moment and talk about the drought. So in 2023, we met with the Mississippi Forestry Commission, and at that time, we were advised that we should expect to see impacts of the drought for about 3 years. And in fact, we did. Going into 2024, we commissioned a study and we evaluated trees across our territory. And at that time, we identified about 70,000 trees that were either danger trees or dead trees potentially impacting our system. Since that time, we've cut over 40,000 trees in 2024 and 2025, and that's year to date. What's interesting about that number is that baseline of 70,000 continues to grow. But when you think about the drought, that's why we see, when we think about our outages, a high impact of trees falling on our lines. And so if I compare this year to 22 and 23, we're seeing 3 times more impact to outages based on vegetation that we've seen in previous years. All right, that is very similar. I do want to stop here just briefly. So we track all storm events, but we also track major storm events. Major storm events are determined by a standard that is an industry standard by IEEE, but it depends on the magnitude of that event. And so we have had 8 major storm events this year. That happened between February and May of this year. And you see the stats of the number of cross arms and poles that we replaced, the number of transformers. And outside of the tornado alley that was on the other slide, there were about 73 tornadoes in all of Mississippi, not just in our territory, that were identified by the National Weather Service. But we've highlighted 3 because there were 3 tornadoes in the spring that directly hit our transmission and distribution equipment. And so as we think about drought, we think about weather, and I'll skip past this one in the interest of time. We think about drought and we think about weather. It is important that we maintain our trim cycle. And so I thought it would be very helpful because we often get questions from customers around tree trimming. Our right-of-way on distribution is about 30 feet, and that's both sides, so about 15 feet on each side, transmission being 100 feet. And really the goal of our vegetation management program is to make sure that we trim around lines such that they do not interfere with our ability to deliver power. And so oftentimes in a residential area, you may see where we will trim just enough of a tree such that it won't grow back in that trim cycle and impact our power delivery. All right, so really quickly, in the interest of time, we did announce Superpower Mississippi yesterday. As Jeremy mentioned, that 5-year roadmap plan will allow us to decrease customer outages by 50% over a 5-year period. And in addition to the reliability investment that we were already making, we're making an investment of another $300 million, bringing our reliability investment to almost $1 billion. All right, so briefly, the tenets of our reliability plan is a holistic structure. It's based on developing the plan, designing the plan, and delivering the plan. And so as a part of our development phase, we really have went back and looked at all of our historical data on how we performed, how our equipment has performed, what our outages are, and we took a geospatial approach and looked at every network on our system to figure out where we can get better and where are the things that we need, where are the areas where we need to be more resilient. In the design phase, our engineering team has already begun the design process. They've completed multiple detailed design workshops, and that proactive approach allows them to take the data from the development phase and apply new standards, look at system improvement, look at opportunities for us to improve how we improve our storm restoration, and it looks at vulnerabilities in 3 categories. Is it due to equipment age? Is it due to vegetation? Or are there things that we can design in our process to think about high customer density areas that continue to have reliability challenges? Finally, as we go to the execution strategy, which is around our delivery, our goal again is to have continuous improvement in everything we do. So we think about the investment, but then you also think about how we work. And so if you can see that star, our continuous improvement effort is around safety, it's around customer satisfaction, reliability and affordability, which we've talked about a lot today, and then productivity and our employee experience. Our employees, we had them with us yesterday, and they really are our greatest asset. And so if we think about how they serve our customers, how we can help them and prepare them with better tools, better processes, so they can operate more efficiently and operate safely. So that's the crux of the reliability plan. And just really briefly, I will hit vegetation management, and hopefully that doesn't leave us too much over time. All right, so vegetation management, again, I've already mentioned we've cut 40,000 trees since 2024 and 2025. What I do want to highlight is what our plan is with the reliability effort is to overlay the vegetation team's work along with the reliability plan. One of the things we're using, as you talked about AI and new technology, is looking at satellite data, and we've just completed an upload of satellite data for our entire footprint. And so look at that because it helps us be more accurate. It helps us figure out, when we think about costs, and Jeremy mentioned that we're seeing costs increase about 50%, it helps us figure out, A, do we need to extend our trim cycle in some areas based on species growth? Or are there times where we need to trim, more frequently than we've planned? The other benefit of the satellite data is it helps us in our bid specifications as we work with contractors to have better refinement of those bids, which ultimately that type of work that we bid out will impact our costs. So we're looking forward to marrying our vegetation plan along with our reliability plan. So I will close and just say this is a highlight of the programs and projects that we have planned over the next 5 years. Our focus program looks historical, again, at asset performance. The next two items both relate to our poles. And so when we inspect those poles, we also look at cross arms and other equipment. And then again, back to technology, smart devices that help us restore quicker, automatic reclosers, and then again, utilizing personnel in each one of our networks to address reliability. So that is all that I have. I know we're over time, but I'll take any questions that you might have for me.
Great job covering a lot of ground in a short amount of time. Commissioner Carr had asked this question previously, and grid reliability infrastructure on pole type. Do you have in your plan wood, steel, concrete, and what are you thinking there on the longevity of the assets?
So from a transmission standpoint, and it was on one of the earlier slides, we do have a pole replacement program. So by 2034, we will have all wood poles replaced, and we'll use steel poles. What we have on the distribution network, we do have wood poles. We also have steel and composite poles. And so when we go and replace a pole, we'll update that pole to what the most recent standard is.
So in the new project, obviously.
We do get pushback sometimes from MDOT and other officials about don't put a steel pole here because the car hits it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Carr?
What's the cost difference and the life of the poles? From wood to steel or concrete to steel?
I have to confirm for you. I think I heard the other day that the steel poles are 8 times more expensive than wood poles. So that's a significant cost differential. Poles last for a pretty long time. We have a pole inspection program that we extend the life when we can and identify which ones need to be replaced. So.
From a pole inspection standpoint, we look at poles every 10 years, so their life, asset life is significantly more than that.
So what's the average life of your system now, as far as poles?
I don't know the actual average life of the poles themselves. I mean, the poles are, we can get that information for you because we do that in the depreciation study, look at how long they're lasting and what's the average life of it, so we can get that information on those.
And what percentage now do you have of new poles that are currently in place before y'all start this $300 million? Fixing the grid. What percentage do you have in new poles now versus?
I don't know that we have that information, but as a part of the pole inspection program, we will go out and inspect poles. Any poles that seem like they're in jeopardy or need to be replaced, we'll prioritize those. But we can get you the percentage that has been replaced over the last 2 years because we do track that.
Yeah, and again, just not to complicate things, but poles are type of that are mass property, and so we don't account for them individually, and so that's why we look at what's the average life of the poles that are in our grid today, and that's why the pole inspection program is so important to make sure that we're maintaining and keeping track of individual poles every 10 years. But as far as being able to count and say we have this many poles that are 2 years old or this many poles that are 20 years old, I don't think we track it that way, and that's just an industry standard.
Thank you for your presentation. And, oh, sorry, Mr. Carr.
So on your graph, when you talk about outages, can you pull that back up, please? Okay, yeah. So your vegetation is your biggest outage?
Yes, so vegetation represents about half of our outages. And within that vegetation bucket, though, half of that 55% is based on trees outside of the right-of-way. So a lot of those are trees that are on customer property that falls on our line. When we think about other external factors, you'll see we have lightning highlighted. We have vehicle damage, which Jeremy just mentioned, and we also have impact to animals damaging the equipment.
Can you give us a definition of scheduled emergency?
Yes, so if there is work that we need to do as it relates to a planned outage that cannot be done with energized work, it will either be scheduled in advance if we know in advance. If there is a situation that requires us to act more immediately, we would put that in the emergency category. But it's any planned work that we know we need to do to take out power, notify customers, and complete that work.
And you let the citizens or the customer know that in advance?
Yes, sir.
What's that advance notice?
So again, it depends on, how much notice we have. I know recently we may have something that really we need to act quickly because there's a concern about damaging equipment. And so sometimes that's been, a day or so, but ideally we would want to plan that. And I'll use it as an example. We're planning to take the aerial saw to Commissioner Stamp's district. We're working with customers now because those are going to be 6-hour outages. It'll be the first week in October. So right now we're working on that plan. So if we have notice, we try to give as much as we can. But if there is an emergency situation, it may be a day or less.
Okay.
We heard earlier, and just to follow up, last question, we heard earlier the importance of regulated versus non-regulated and kind of things like that. Obviously, we want to work hand in glove with economic development, but again, we do have to have some oversight. So obviously, you would agree that that's probably the best way to go to make sure that it goes through the process and that there is some safeguards, if you will, to make sure that the prudence is there to safeguard the ratepayers going forward on any projects like AWS.
22, but our number one concern, because we heard it from state leaders, we heard it from you when we first talked to you about it, we heard it from the public utility staff, we had to make sure that this project was not going to harm existing customers. And that's exactly how we designed it. And we made sure that in that legislation, you as the commission have the final say on all rates. And there's some different timelines associated with that review. And there's some different things that may happen on the front end. But at the end of the day, you have the final say of what goes in customer rates. And that has not changed.
The Section 22 is a little cloudy sometimes. When you read it, it leaves some room. Do we have the right to deem if it's prudent or not? And I think that's the question you're answering.
There's a provision in there that says what happens if you find something's not imprudent, and how the appeal process works. So you absolutely have that right.
Any other questions? Ms. Quates, good job going through as fast as you did. Jeremy, thanks for your presentation. So okay, so we pushed through to all morning. That was didn't see a lot of people exiting, so we made it to our lunch break. So with that, we'll take our lunch break. We reconvene at 1 o'clock, and this afternoon we'll have electric cooperative panel, Mississippi Power, and a lot more fun. So y'all come back at 1 o'clock. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Now we're moving on to our next group of speakers, electric cooperative panel. We're glad to have 3 representing each part of the state and or each district. We have one that actually has service area in all 3 districts. So we'll start with Keith Hayward, GM and CEO of Northeast Mississippi Power Electric Association. If you would just introduce yourself and just give a little background on your utilities department.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioners. First, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to come down here and talk about the co-op system in the state. We're very, very proud of it. We do a lot of things other than just power these days, but we always have our members first and foremost in our thoughts whenever we make decisions. So I'm Keith Hayward, General Manager, Northeast Power. I've been there for 37 years. When I started, we had 10,300 meters. We now have over 30,000 meters and over 15,000 fiber customers. And with the growth that Ole Miss is seeing, we do serve, Ole Miss is our largest customer up there. We do serve them power. And with the growth they're experiencing on campus, we are getting an unbelievable amount of growth in our service territory. We had over 3,000 service requests on the books a couple months ago to be set by next August for the next wave of students coming through.
So are you going to hit that?
We will. If they can build it, we can serve it.
There you go. You build it, they'll come.
So yeah, material. I heard them talking about materials and things of that nature. We're good with all of that. But just excited to be here and talk about. I think we're going to talk about some power restoration and needs. But we do face a lot of challenges up at Oxford and do things a little bit different because we have so much turnover. I mean, last 6 weeks we worked 5,000 service connects with students moving in because they all come in the 1st of August and disconnect and stuff. So have a lot of knowledge in a lot of different areas, and just glad to share anything I can with you.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. Next we have Randy Carroll, CEO of East Mississippi Electric Power Association.
Thank you for being here today. Speaking of different, I am kind of the co-op in the state that is different. We part of all 3 districts from the PSC. We're served by TVA on 30% of our sales, and Mississippi Power Company the remaining 70%. So that makes us different. We're a 38,000 member co-op serving 16,000 broadband. Our biggest customer is NAS Meridian. Enjoying being here today.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. Next but not least is Chris Rhodes, with President and CEO of Coastal Electric Power Association.
Thank you, Commissioner. I too would like to echo what they said, that we do appreciate y'all having us here today. I'm actually the incoming President and CEO at Coastal Electric. I'm replacing Ron Barnes, that's retiring at the end of the year. I do have almost 30 years in the co-op system. I worked 25 years with the G&T Cooperative Energy. That is who we get our power from. We have an all requirements contract with them. Coast Electric serves about 91,000 members in Pearl River, Hancock, and Harrison County along the coast. And I think this is, just listen to her talk, a good indication of the saying that we have. If you've seen one co-op, you've seen one co-op. We face different challenges, mostly because the membership's different from co-op. It's a lot different in Oxford versus around Meridian versus the coast. And I think you'll see that in the challenges that we'll talk about and the type storms that we face, anywhere from ice to tornadoes to hurricanes. And so we do appreciate being here, love talking about the co-ops, and appreciate y'all's time today.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm in Monroe County, so I'm a member of the Monroe County Power Co-op, and they do a great job. And it's an amazing service that y'all provide, or that all the power companies provide. I mean, we take for granted sometimes when we turn the light switch on, it comes on. But most importantly, air conditioner comes on in August. So thank y'all again for being here and for what you do. Well, lead off, Commissioner Carr, you want to?
Yeah, thank y'all for being here today and taking out of y'all's time to come here and educate us. We need all we can get at times. I guess the question would be is, are y'all having any, I think, logistic problem with any material? Manpower's all good. I know that's a loaded question, and it's probably very diverse because we're talking about 3 different parts of the state.
Material has gotten a good bit better, just the price on it. I think we've got some alliances. I mean, the co-op system as a whole, being 890 across the United States, I mean, we have a lot of pull in a lot of areas with resources and politics and things of that nature. You know, the staffing is always a problem. And we have a lot of conversations about the changing demographics and the changing demographics of our workforce and what they're needing and what they want, of course, you know. And our members are definitely seeing that with the fiber that we have out there now with working from home. But getting employees that want to work, quite frankly, is getting to be a challenge. I saw some cost constraints that one of the GNTs was putting up earlier. They didn't really mention. I think there's still a wave to come through some of our costs and some of our rate building mechanisms for the price of labor that we've seen go up considerably since the pandemic. Since 2019, we've had quite a bit of with inflation and all, and having to match those labor costs. And then you have what I'm sure all my counterparts will talk about is the pressure we get when we have all these grants coming out from federal government, a lot of money to go do infrastructure projects in surrounding areas. So then you got contractors that are willing to just pull up and try to cherry pick all your people away and take them off to do quick jobs, pay them a lot of money. I had one leave the other day to go to California, things of that nature. So that's always an ongoing challenge on the employee side of it.
I know Northwest Community College has a lineman program. Y'all getting any linemen from them?
So, like I said, I've been there 37 years. Used to, when we hired somebody, it was whenever somebody called and said, "This is a really good person right here. They go to church a lot. They got a good family. You need to give them a chance." Well, those days have changed. If you want to be in the lineman, be a lineman in most of all of our systems, you have got to go through one of those programs. So, where there's several across the state, we don't discriminate. I mean, as long as you go and get some kind of program, we have people apply from down south, the middle of the state to up north. But yes, those programs are very, very beneficial to us because they basically train and take care of a lot of the first steps that we need to do, and it also shows us that this person really does want to be a lineman.
How many do we have in the state? I know Northwest is doing it. Do y'all know?
I don't remember how many we have. There are 3 around Meridian, and we utilize all 3 of them.
Who's doing it around Meridian?
East Mississippi Community College, Meridian Community College, and East Central Community College.
Great. Yep.
And we've gotten employees out of all 3 of those that have been outstanding people.
Awesome.
We have Pearl River Community College, Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, and we're just like them. I think the days of hiring a lineman that didn't go through lineman school are probably gone, and it just gives you a good start, a good basis. And of course, they enter our apprenticeship program, which is, and to me, that's the biggest part. I like having a lineman that started with us day one and go through our program. versus getting someone from somewhere else that went through an apprenticeship program we're not familiar with. So I think that's kind of there to stay.
I think the biggest thing we get out of those lineman training programs is, will they show up to work? Can they get their CDL? Are they able to be trained? And then if they're able to meet those criteria, then we know we can train them in what we want them to do when they get to our place.
And can they climb?
And can they climb?
Not afraid of heights, right?
That's right.
So anybody's listening, if you're looking for a great job opportunity, it is a great job. I have a couple friends that are linemen, and with the safety protocols and everything that y'all have, it's a well-paying job, and there's always job security. So anybody's looking for a job, sign up for one of our community college programs. But Mr. Carr.
The question, I was in Pearl River Valley, and the instructor there, he was worked with one of the co-ops. In the same way in Singing River, I think the one in Singing River was retired from a co-op. So, and it's my understanding that they go through a CDL program too, where they can come out with commercial driver's license. It's very promising when we went to Pearl River that of what they did and what they do is they'll call them out at 2 o'clock in the morning, just to get them ready. And they also, while we was there, he told them to saddle up. I didn't quite understood what that meant, but I found out shortly. They all got out there and climbed the poles. And so we was there probably 30, 45 minutes. I said, they can come down now. He said, oh, no, they're all right. So, but it was very interesting, promising that there was some women in those programs too.
Yes.
How many women do y'all have that are linemen?
We have had one in the past that worked for us she probably worked 10 or 15 years before she moved on to a different career. But since then, we have not had any apply at EMEPA.
Mm-hmm. So when they go through the program, can they come in and serve in a different role in the co-ops?
There are some other roles. All of our right-of-way crews, we typically hire people who have gone through that program who want to get their foot in the door. They want to come in and show what they can do, and we'll put them to work on right-of-way. But if they've gone through the lineman training program, they're going to get hired somewhere. It's just where do they want to go. So other roles in the organization, it'd be hard for them to come in and take those roles. Other than maybe the technician side on the fiber, we could use some there. Maybe in the maintenance shop, there could be some roles there that they could come in and fill. Male or female, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Either way. You will have some who decide they can't climb, and they're looking for another option as well.
So what percentage, I know it's probably going to be different each area of the state, underground. And they was teaching underground when we was there at Singing River. So what percentage, I know it's a big part of the coast is going to be probably underground now, but as you go up through the state, how does that change from your underground to?
Well, you are correct. It is a big percentage, especially over in Harrison County. It's a growing percentage. I couldn't give you the exact amount off the top of my head, but that is typically now when a large development goes in, it's underground. So especially in Harrison County, not so much in a rural county like Pearl River. We have some. In fact, we have underground crews in Hancock County that actually provide the service over the Pearl River, because between the two we can do that. Harrison has their own underground crews to focus on that.
On our system, the subdivisions typically are underground. When you get out onto the main distribution system, it's a very low percentage that's going to be underground. And many times I get asked, why don't you just bury it all? And usually my response is, for 3 times per month, I could do that. And that usually ends the conversation. It's very costly to go underground everywhere that you go.
I'm not so sure you've priced cable lately.
Yeah, Pat would tell me it's 5 times.
Yeah, it's about 5. I had that issue. Where we are, of course, being in Oxford and being in a high growth area, we're at probably 10% right now on underground, but it is, we are we're firm believers in building the feeders out on the main lines overhead. You can get to them, you can tap off of them, you can adjust them, you can move them. But when you have a development, we basically require all developments now to be underground, because once you get into a tight confinement, I ran operations for many, many years of my career. It's actually cleaner and easier to maintain in like a subdivision, the underground facilities, than it is a whole bunch of poles and wires going all over the place that you put in. It looks great the first year, but 30 years later, it looks totally different.
How do you determine the standards for utility poles and lines to withstand tornado winds? Have these standards evolved based on past tornado experiences?
We still build, even though we do not borrow money from rural utility services, we still build at the construction standards that were established years ago from them and have been upgraded through the years. Then you're also going to meet National Electric Safety Code as well. So the standards are pretty high. To tell you it will withstand a tornado, that won't happen. So we build, and especially since we've added fiber, we build probably at as high a standard for poles, wire, conductors, as I've ever seen in my 47 years that I've been in the MEPA.
Do all three of y'all do fiber?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Been good for the co-ops, bad for the co-ops?
It's
It's been good
great.
for the members.
It's been great for
Yeah,
us.
that's
I'm
great.
on
Good for the
Monroe County,
members.
Monroe Connect, and I have
I'm not telling
high-speed
you it's
internet.
No,
Would not without it.
easy it's not.
Easy as not, but it's been great for the members. And I mean, it's probably one of the biggest economic developments in the state of Mississippi that all 17 co-ops and everybody that was on board with that took on in my career for sure.
I had children that actually attended college and wouldn't have been able to online without the high-speed internet. So it's been a game changer for a lot of people in rural Mississippi. A follow-up on the tornado question, and any of y'all can answer it. So what criteria do you use to prioritize restoration efforts following a tornado? And how do you balance the needs of different areas of your service territory?
Tornadoes are a little different. So as we talk, hurricanes in the south, tornadoes all over, and then ice storms mainly up in the north. When I started there many, many years ago, the first thing right after I became operations manager, the 94 ice storm hit. So 100% of our system was down for a long time. At that particular time, we weren't really cutting a whole lot of right-of-way or not even worrying about the floor of the right-of-way and things of that nature. So I learned a lot in a hurry. Tornadoes are usually specific, and when you go in to restore tornado damage, the area is pretty well devastated. So then it becomes, what can you get up the fastest and what is feeding through that area, what's on the backside. I mean, so whether it's a tornado, straight line winds, ice storm, and we always have the three-phase and critical infrastructure first, primary line second, and as you're getting those lines up, you always have to start service crews on the backside to try to start taking care of the service lines. But it is basically, we know where all the critical infrastructures are on our system. We're not like Texas. We know what we serve, so we're not cutting somebody's power off that's actually feeding the gas to a generator. So we know what we've got out there, so we tackle those first.
So follow up on that question, not like Texas. They don't know.
They didn't in
Uri.
In Uri.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of piggyback on that when you do, because, like you talked about the tornado being very a specific area versus say a hurricane event or ice storm that can be very widespread. And we too, as I'm sure all the co-ops do, we know where our critical loads are, and also just critical infrastructure, whether it be gas stations, hospital, the things that you need to kind of get the communities back up and running. All those are identified. But we do have to deal with the members in that, in trying to communicate with them, explain to them that the flow of electricity is no different than water in a pipe. It's got to have a path, and so you do from the substations and start and build your way out, and that's when you start out in an outage, you fix something and you get 1,000 people back on. By the end of it, you're fixing something. It takes the same amount of time to fix, but you're only getting 2 people back on. And so it gets slower as you get out to the ends. And keeping the members updated and informed on that is something that we work hard to do. I do appreciate that that's hard to understand. You know, nobody likes being without power, but that's just kind of the situation that you get in as you begin to build out in your system. But as far as focusing on one area over the other, I will say this, I think we all echo this, that every member is important. If we have an area that's hit worse than another, all of our districts kind of work their area in the beginning. And as we say, if it didn't impact Pearl River County so bad, is that they wrap up there, those crews begin to migrate towards where damage exists until eventually we kind of have it pigeonholed in one area until restoration is complete. So,
And a lot of it's on the front end. We at EMEPA, we spend approximately $10 million a year rebuilding the system annually, changing out poles, changing out cross arms, rebuilding three-phase, adding new services. All of that takes place on a continuous basis, and that helps when you get to a storm situation. We also spend a little over $5 million a year cutting right-of-way. And a lot of times people tell me, why don't you cut more than you do? It's on a 5-year rotation. Well, $5 million a year on my system is typically about $12 per bill every month. So if I cut twice that amount, we're at 24. And if
They don't want you to cut it then.
Then all of a sudden it changes.
Yeah.
So it's a constant balancing of what you spend on the front end versus what you're going to need each month. On our system, typically we serve residential homes for about $6 a day. And if there's 2 people in that home, that's $3 a day that they're seeing at their house. I thought about that when I went through McDonald's the other morning, got a biscuit and a cup of coffee, and it was $6.52. We provide a good service. We provide a life service. We allow you to get up in the morning and take a hot shower and put on clean clothes that went through the washer and the dryer, go fix you a cup of coffee and some breakfast as you get ready to head out the door, come home that night and start all over again. So it's, as I said, it's a balance. How much do you do ahead of time? How much do you respond with when the storm hits? Again, we're the oddball. I see ice storms, I see tornadoes, I see hurricanes, all 3. And they are becoming more regular. When I first started at EMEPA, we might have an ice storm one year. 4 years later, we might have a hurricane. And every now and then a tornado would hit the system. But it's something every year now, every year.
Of course, now we're dealing with droughts as well, with the trees issue. You know, a lot of trees dead. Commissioner Carr?
So you mentioned being without power. How does the co-ops, with people putting generators in, how do y'all track that? Because I know that's a big safety issue, people plugging in generators and backfeeding and, you know, the safety factor on the, how do y'all track that?
Well, you really cannot track that. So the very first thing at any of our co-ops, and especially Northeast Power, is safety. Safety is the number one thing. All of our mission statements work around safety, and that's safety for our employees and safety for our members. So it goes back to, like you were talking about, with the lineman training and things of that nature, where we want to teach them how we want to teach them, because you've got to take the precautions. Every single lineman out there is responsible for themselves first, and then their buddy next. And they have got to test and ground and use the cover-ups and things and make sure that something is dead and will remain dead. So if you do not put those grounds on and things of that nature, somebody, you never know. I mean, you can go through a neighborhood and nobody's got a generator. You come back 2 days later if you've got a long extended outage and, you know, they're borrowing people's generator, they're trying to hook them up, don't know what they're doing, and they're putting high voltage back on the line. So having the lockout, tag outs, and all of that, and especially when you bring crews in or we bring a neighboring system, that's why we like to do so much mutual aid, because we all are trained the same. We all have the same safety philosophy pretty much amongst the co-ops. So when we have storms that we need mutual aid, we much prefer to bring our brothers and sisters in, whether they're from a different state or wherever, to help us restore, because they have been taught under the same safety principles a lot through some of our insurance companies. Federated Insurance is a big program with that, but teaching those people what those problems are out there and what they could endanger is the, that's your best line of protection, because you can't monitor that.
My
And we
next
do
question.
try to educate the members on generator safety as well, but ultimately it falls to our linemen to watch for themselves. So-
My next question is, we've got a call into our investigators that are looking into solar panels on the roof. And the company that put them in is bankrupt. They've fled the state. So how does in rural counties, I know sometimes they don't have a code office. So how do y'all handle that? Because I think it's Singing River that's working this case and trying to get this lady's power back on, getting the panels, because she's paying on them now. I know that's not y'all's issue, but I'm just wondering how y'all handle that also, because if the power goes off, it's gonna be back feeding into the system. So,
On our system, one of our engineers will go out and inspect the system before we will even allow it to be part of the system. It has to be able to disconnect. Now, does that mean they might do it without telling us? That's correct. But our automated metering system will tell us if we're getting a reverse flow on the system, so that we can at that point contact them and say, you've got something wrong here. Something's going on that we need to know about. And we'll work with them, but we cannot allow it to be a situation where we would place our employees in an unsafe environment. So we work back and forth. We'll talk through it. I understand they might have to be paying for it. I understand they may not be getting what they were told they were going to get. But number one, safety has to come back to it, and we have those mechanisms in place to flag us, let us know when something like that's happening.
so does these contractors come to y'all and?
No, I'm sorry they don't. If they would come to us first, that would solve most of the problems. But they will go straight to the homeowner and pitch that sale.
What's the biggest challenge that y'all are facing independently, and as far as grid resiliency and infrastructure?
To me, I guess kind of it goes back to talking about storms as well, and like what you said, one of the biggest things we can do is trying to prevent outages from ever occurring to begin with, and doing what you can there. But what you get into there is really, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the proper balance between affordability and reliability, and maintaining that tension. Because when we spend $1, we're spending $1 of our members' money, and we want to make smart investments that provides the resiliency and the reliability that they expect and, quite frankly, deserve. But we also have to balance that with also them being able to afford it and be able to pay for it. And so you can't go out and just gold plate everything, because then we couldn't afford that service. And so I think that has become an increasingly difficult challenge as cost pressures increase, as they seem to shift from one thing to another. As a delivery time, you get it straightened out on this, and then you got an extended delivery time on something else. It just seems to be changing. When it used to be, you just pick up the phone, order something, and it was there, and it was a kind of a small increase over time, and now it's shifted up. And so I think that's the challenge, and then of course you throw on top of that just the increase in the demand for electricity they're seeing, that are driving up the cost from our wholesale power provider, while they're doing everything they can to keep that in check. Again, that just continues to cause upward pressure on the costs that we have to charge our members. So, and in co-op world, we really try to operate in the best interest of our members, and we tend to lag sometimes behind the cost pressures that we're seeing in order to not have to charge more for the service.
Being in such a fast growing, like I said, tripling our size just over my career, we do a lot of technology in our area, because we still have just a few more employees. And I think that's when I started there, we had 50 employees, and on the power side, we still only have 75. So trying to figure out ways to keep the employee numbers down with contractors and keeping up with the growth, but then also introducing, you know, I mentioned safety. I think reliability stands right in the very next pillar of what we stand for, and then great customer service, and then trying to figure out how to produce those, and then what's your cost at the end is kind of the way we do it. So trying to keep those cost pressures, and then getting on the flip side, I mean, we're a service company. I always tell people we don't make electricity. I don't really sell electricity. I just sell you the access to the electricity to get it to your location. So with that, I also purchase electricity for 30,000 meters, and dealing with TVA and bureaucracy, and then you get political pressures from DC and gets that all stirred up, and they were trying to fire all the board members and fire all the CEOs, and we were trying to figure out where we're going to position ourselves in that arena. It's just adding some extra stress to what our situation is, and then trying to deal with rate restructuring, because I believe that we are still in the world of building on the wholesale side and the retail side in a way that was because a meter reader would go once a month to read a meter, reset a demand charge, and now I got 15-minute intervals on every single one of my customers, or I can get it, or an hour. Got meter readers out there, got more data, and I can imagine why are we still doing some of the billing metrics that we're doing. I think the future will lead us to a different way of billing. So thinking about those processes and how we get from point A to point B, as me as a CEO is thinking big picture things, out of the box kind of ideas.
I think the biggest one I've seen is the demand for communication. More than ever before, our members want us to tell them what's going on now. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer than now to know what really is going on. In a power restoration effort, we may stage at the office, get ready for the storm because I can see it coming through my neighboring system's outage system, and I know it's going to hit me. We can go ahead and get ready, but until it hits and I get our damage assessment teams out there, I don't know how to respond to why the power went out. And then they have to communicate back to me, it's broken poles, it's broken cross arms, it's whatever, and we develop that timeline at that point to be able to say to people, this is what's going to happen. This is how long it's going to take. But again, the social media world has created the demand that you tell me now and you tell me how long it's going to be off. And so those are the challenges that I see the most.
I won't ask you this question, but since you have wholesale power from TVA and Mississippi Power, which one's better? No, don't answer that. They're both in the room.
I would not say better.
Yeah.
I actually.
It's okay.
Said,
I'm not.
I think probably this is a good chance to share this. Yesterday, I was on a panel with 88 TVA employees in Meridian, Mississippi. Came down for a leadership conference, and that question came up in front of them, and I asked them, "Okay, which one do you think's cheaper?" And I bet you can guess which one the TVA employees thought was cheaper. And I responded back, actually, you're 3.5% higher than Mississippi Power Company currently. But oh, by the way, TVA, you pay 5% in lieu taxes back to every community you serve. So what does that tell you? They're neck and neck. They both work hard. As I told them, the key to a quality partnership between us and TVA and us and Mississippi Power Company is the relationships that we form between each other and how we communicate with each other. They're about the same.
Hey, Commissioner, I do been talking about the. What?
You're in cooperative energy.
Well, I am, but
So we need to ask him the question: Mississippi Power or cooperative?
I think they're better than all of them. No. I will say this though: I don't care whether you're Cooperative Energy or Entergy or TVA or Mississippi Power Company or a co-op. I think one of the biggest things that helps maintain reliability and affordability over the long term is being able to make. We don't make decisions for tomorrow. We make decisions for the next 30 years. And And I guess a lot of it's politics nowadays or whatever, but that seems to be increasingly difficult to do because you have a set of criteria that you follow, and then 4 years from now it changes to something else. And how can you make long-term interest in the best, long-term decisions in the best interest of your members or your customers when it's just going to change 4 years down the road? We need to make long-term decisions because it's huge investments that we have to make to be able to provide electricity, and that's becoming increasingly challenging. And if we could get that kind of stability back in our decision making that are outside our responsibility, that would be huge for customers, members that depend on our service. So.
Yeah, we don't realize how much we rely on it. We had a tornado in our area last year, and I was without power a week. That's how much damage was done. Our co-op did a great job. I was proud of them. I was okay. I mean, they were. You're never okay to be out with power, but I understood what happened. It was pretty catastrophic. But it's amazing when your house goes silent. No refrigerator, no water, no. I do have natural gas. No, I do have gas, so I did have water. But it's amazing when your house goes silent. No air conditioner, no TV, just nothing on, no lights at night. It cripples you, right? You used to flip it on a light, and I did that for at least 3 or 4 days. Go in the room, try to turn on the light. So I know everybody that turns on that switch and the lights come on. Ever since I've not just since I've been in this position, but makes me appreciate what y'all do even more. As I go and tour some of the electric power co-ops and see the operations, it never ceases to amaze me. My better half and I were driving down the road, and we saw substations and power lines, and she's like, it just amazes me how it works and how it comes together. And I don't see how y'all do it, but thank you for doing it. And I know that our constituents rely on it, and we do have a great co-op system. We have a very good co-op system. So it's something we take for granted, but thank you for what y'all do and what your crews do. And our goal is to make sure that, like you, that people have reliable, resilient power at as low a rate as we can get it, but still providing a good service. And so Commissioner Stamps, he's not here, but I'll say his statement. He said, sometimes you can pay too little because you can't get the resiliency that you need. And so there is a balance there. It's a huge balance. So I do have one last question. You border, your service area borders Holly Springs.
It does.
Can you tell the difference between economic development, people building houses on your side versus the other side? I mean, there has to be, as we drive down that area, I'm in and out of Lafayette County, in and out of Marshall County, and you just see like you said, Oxford continues to grow. Lafayette County is growing everywhere. There's certain areas that can't grow because they don't have reliable power. And I guess it just shows that the people in that area, and I know this is not y'all, but I'm bragging on you to say that it is that important. And if we get that wrong, then the economy in those areas in the whole state will suffer because there's not economic development there, property values go down, and the quality of life goes down. And I think that's even more a glaring example. The HSU service area versus HSUD versus yours and North Central and others in the area that seem to have it together. And so we hope and pray that system will be up to par soon. And we, again, using this platform again to encourage the city and everybody else to make sure that we get that system up and going. Put the customers first. And I think that's what y'all are doing, and that's what we heard y'all say. I think we work hand in glove with TVA as well, and they want that same thing. I think we're all on the same page. How we get there is different. You know, may have different paths. Like all three of y'all have co-ops that work a little bit different than the other, but the end goal is the same: provide reliable power that's safe and as affordable as you can make it. So, anyway, it was a rhetorical question. Sorry.
Did you want me to answer it?
You can please answer it.
I mean, all I really would be willing to say is, the Mississippi Emergency Management asked me to go up there and help them restore power. I think it's 2 years ago from an ice storm they had because things just weren't organized and they couldn't get any help. And so I got some assurances, and we went in and I took over the restoration situation up there and brought in some co-ops to that local. We all went in and restored the power up there, and I met with some of they have a very good economic development team up there that covers a couple of counties, and they mentioned to me that they had people that would like to relocate in that area and help with some of their economic development, everything from subdivisions we talked about to industrial loads, but they just could not trust the reliability of the power, so they were not showing the sites. And so it is real, the economic development situation, when you do lose sight of what your mission is and who you're serving and where all you're serving and what that does. I mean, we are the crucial load now. Electricity and, connectivity is becoming second, but, you got to have all your infrastructure. Well, it starts with electricity and then water and roads and all of that. If you don't maintain that and have that, you're declining. You're not going to grow, and you will die from within. And so, I mean, we as the power providers through our TVA is a great economic development partner, and NDA and everybody across the state understands that. You've got to go in and build your power infrastructure to bring the industries in. Then you bring industries in, people will follow, then you have your sales, your gas stations and your restaurants and all that follow the masses of people. But it's got to start with the right rates and the right reliability and the right safety message to build a community. And if you lose sight of that, then the community will start dying.
Quality of life goes down, and people suffer. And so, again, anything else? Y'all, we're ahead of schedule, so y'all have answered all of our questions. And again, thank you for what y'all do. Thanks for participating today. And if you have any more comments, please share them.
Just do appreciate your time today.
I got a comment. I want to make a comment about what my dad said.
Sorry.
He was talking to my brothers. My brother asked me, he said, "Well, Daddy, how was the good old days?" He said, "Son, the good old days are right now. They're not in the past." He said, "I got an air condition, I got a well, and I got an electric stove. So we're in the good old days, right?
We are.
We're blessed."
Before I leave, I mean, we got three of us up here. I want to send a shout out. I think I'm on a national board of a CFC who does all the financing, a lot of the financing for the 900 co-ops I mentioned. So I get to talk to a lot of people about different things. And I don't know that y'all know it. You probably realize it just because you don't have any issues. But our statewide association does not just manage us and the things that we need legislative. There's a lot of things that our statewide association does. And Michael Callahan and his team do an amazing job with all that they do with the legislatures, with some of the insurance that we do, and our workers' comp, and our magazines. And
His
all
head's
that.
getting bigger. Don't.
Oh, I didn't even know he was
No,
here.
no.
Oh, he is here. He wasn't here when I first started. But I do want to do a shout out. They do a phenomenal job, and I just want to thank them for all the work they do.
Yeah, I would echo that. I was in the legislature for 12 years, and so yeah, it's a jewel, and it is the good old days. That we are. Mississippi's continuing to grow, and I think it's going to be even more important. And that's kind of why we're having this grid summit, because as we grow as a state, y'all have to grow, just like you're seeing in Lafayette County, and we have opportunities that we've never seen before. Who would have thought that we'd have two auto manufacturers? We build helicopters. We have just numerous, and one of the largest shipbuilders in the country, all across the state is absolutely amazing. And now we have data centers, and AI is exciting and excitingly terrifying. And so it's a great tool that we continue to use, and it's going to be going to help transform the future a little bit. And Mississippi's on the cutting edge of that too. So there's a lot more to come, and I look forward to y'all growing with us and us working hand in glove again to assist y'all to make sure that the ratepayers have the power on and everybody's taken care of, and a rising tide raises all boats. But thank y'all for what you do. And no more questions?
Thank y'all for participating in the American dream.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much. So next we're going to go into recognize Mississippi Power. So next we have Stephen Schruff, Mississippi Power Company, General Manager and Transmission. Mr. Schruff is Mississippi Power's General Manager of Power Delivery Transmission. This team is responsible for all construction, maintenance, protection, and controls, cybersecurity, project management, land acquisition, and testimony development for the company's transmission lines and substation for its 46 kW to 500 kV system. 46 kV and 500 kV system. Schruff also serves as the company's emergency operations director, where he has responsibility for oversight for all storm response activities. So that's a brief introduction, so you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for
for being
having us here today. Rachel, do I need to do anything to get the presentation up? There we go. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the honor to be here with you today. I serve, in addition to the transmission role, I serve as our storm director, and I'm here today to talk with you about our efforts to be storm ready year-round. And so, of course, you're well aware of our company. We serve the southeast 23 counties here in Mississippi. We have a little less than 1,200 employees that are privileged to serve 192,000 customers. We do that with 6 generating plants and 8,500 miles of T&D wire up and down our territory. So what I want to talk to you about, I've got about 8 slides that'll help facilitate this conversation, but please stop me at any time and let's discuss. What I want to talk about is some of the strategies that we implement as we prepare for storm season. So when I say that, prepare for storm season, we're targeting the official start of hurricane season, which is June 1st. But as you well know, storm season is becoming year-round. So we're really tested throughout the year. It's been a somewhat fortunate summer, and I hope it continues. But we have seen in the recent past, the hurricanes seem to come later in the year. So we're hoping for the best, but we are ready year-round. But as I talk about some of the strategies we're taking, it's really geared towards that June 1st because, kind of worst case for us is a major hurricane. It's going to impact a very large area, the entire territory, and it's going to impact a lot more customers. But one of the strategies, and this is probably one of the most important, is at our company, everyone has a storm role. When they're hired day one, they're going to hear, when they apply for a job, they're going to know they have storm duties. And when they come in day one, they're going to learn they have a storm role and what that is. And it's kind of unique, our storm plan, the way it works. Their typical supervisor may not be their storm supervisor. We kind of go into a different mode when we're in full-blown storm mode. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But the second key component of our strategies is really continuous improvement. I would say, throughout the year, we're looking for ways to improve our restoration efforts to our customers and our communication efforts. And there's a lot of reasons to do that, but I'll touch on a couple here. Disaster plan reviews. So we have a disaster plan that's really geared for worst case. And worst case to us to date has been Hurricane Katrina. So we prepare for that, but we also have to consider a storm of not quite the same magnitude, and you'll operate differently depending on what the impact is of the storm. So every year we go through disaster plans with our employees, and you do that because, one, you're getting new employees. I mean, you're well aware of, the retirements that are happening throughout our industry and younger folks moving in. So you're training that new workforce, but you're also implementing new tools and technologies, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. But one of the ways you do that is with training exercises. So there's a variety of exercises we do every year to prepare. One of them is logistics. Logistics is one of those areas where you have to prepare that workforce that's coming. You have to prepare for a big workforce to come in. They're going to be out there setting poles, picking up wire and pulling wire, but they need to be able to be fed. They need to be able to sleep somewhere comfortable where they can get a good night's rest. Their clothes need to be laundered. You need to have health and medical services available. All the facets that we all take for granted every day, you're moving in people from elsewhere, you got to be able to take care of them. So our logistics teams spend a lot of time preparing and running exercises, and I'll touch on one of those in a minute. Another key component is what I just hit on. We have less than 1,200 employees, and we can respond to the normal thunderstorms that come through. We can oftentimes respond to the fronts that come through in the spring and get the lights back on in those scenarios. But when you get a larger storm, you need help from elsewhere. So we have relationships through the Mutual Assistance Network that we're part of, the SEE, where we can call on other utilities to send folks to us when we're in a time of need. And it's reciprocal. We do the same for them. We form storm teams that will go help another utility, whoever is impacted. They raise their hand for help, and help comes. So it's vital to maintain those relationships, but there's also best practice sharing that comes out of that. So it's not just about getting manpower. There's best practices. And a great example I'd point to is back during COVID. Around 2020, Entergy, Louisiana was hit pretty hard with Hurricane Laura, a very big hurricane. And I went as part of the storm team to help them. And the mutual assistant groups had already worked through how are we going to work a major hurricane with COVID, with all the social distancing that we were putting in place and so forth, but we've got to get the power back on to the customer. So we had actually, like, one of the things we had worked through is you have sleeper trailers. And, let's say a sleeper trailer holds 16 people. Well, a decision was made, we'll fill it halfway, so 8 people. So that gave everybody a little more space. And but it's things like that as a mutual assistance network, you can share best practices that are consistent throughout the industry. Emergency management agencies. As you well know, every county has a full-time or part-time agency, and we partner with them. We stay in connection with them throughout the year, but in particular, as we approach hurricane season or in the spring when we're getting, the tornadoes, we're reaching out, making sure we have our contact list shared. And then when an event hits, we have folks that are on point to be in their meetings face-to-face, to share information, gain priorities from that EMA to see are there lift stations or there shelters we need to make sure we get power on to. But the point is we're communicating with them before and during the event. We have people on point to do that with all of our EMAs. We value that partnership. A couple other things for continuous improvement is Alert Media. This is an employee broadcast tool we have that we can quickly get out messages to all of our employees about what's happening. We need you to come on back into work now, things are safe, or whatever that message is. We have a way to reach out to the employees, and even as importantly, or more importantly, they can let us know they're okay. And so there's a system there where they can report in, we're safe, we'll be into work. And so that way we can get a quick count after a major event if we have anyone not available. And if we don't hear from someone, we will seek to find them. After Katrina, you remember how terrible that was. That's kind of where this came from. We had some employees we didn't hear from immediately because of some of the things they had gone through, and we sent folks out to go find them to make sure they were okay. Southern Company, of course, is the company we're part of, and we really benefit. I would tell you, we really benefit from being part of that larger company. They have roles much like me at each company, and we talk throughout the year, and we plan together. So whenever there's a named storm coming, or even just a front coming across, we're talking about what are your plans for this event, because it impacts us each a little differently. And we start talking about what kind of resources can you send our way. So we work that into our plan to get some really quick resources to us and even staged ahead of the storm. So we really benefit from being part of that group. But we also do our exercises together. One of our operating companies, sister companies, Georgia Power, as you well know, Hurricane Helene came through, devastating storm. We sent a team of 400 people to help them. But they ran a training exercise this year to kind of work on some of the things that they saw during that hurricane to learn from. We send representatives to be part of that too, so we could bring it back into our storm plan. And then the last point I'd make here is the disaster directors we have. We have approximately 30 disaster directors. That means we have someone on point for basically every facet of power restoration. And we come together prior to the June 1st start of hurricane season to talk about preparations that have been underway and any outstanding action items that we may need to tend to before we get into hurricane season. That team comes together in the Storm Center there at the Operations Center, and I'll show a picture of that in a minute. But I do want to highlight the pictures here on the screen. This was a training exercise that we did this year for the first time of this scale, but we had a base camp exercise where we took members from all of the operating companies within Southern and a logistics team, really facilitated by folks here at Mississippi Power, put together an exercise where employees that would be on point for running a base camp, which is where you're housing your outside forces, they learned the best way to park trucks so that they could be fueled efficiently at night while folks are sleeping. They saw what it took to have laundry services set up, food tents set up, sleeper trailers, the size of sleeper trailers, and they stayed overnight in those sleeper trailers, and they ran into some of the things you run into when the showers aren't available or there's septic issues and things like that. So it was a great exercise. We did 2 of them for a couple hundred employees that are now better prepared to run a base camp when they're called upon. So I want to hit on some of the key areas. I mentioned the disaster directors. Over there to the left, you'll see some of the key areas that we put a good bit of emphasis into every year. The damage assessment, that is really the basis of getting the lights back on. You have to assess what your damage is and where it is to know how much material you need, to know how many resources you need, and where to place them. So one of the things we do every year, we're actually using technology. Been doing this for quite some time, but you can take an iPhone or you can take a computer, and as you're patrolling a distribution feeder, the wires that run up and down the streets and roads we live on, you can mark on this computer system that's basically a map that says whatever the damage is. So if you see a broken pole, you can mark that. If you see wire down, you can mark that. Is it 3 phases and a neutral? And you can put notes. So then as this is accumulated, back at the headquarters where work is being dispatched, you have a good handle on what you need to send there. You need to send a 40-foot pole with a 4-man crew, or can you just send one person by themselves to make that restoration? So that damage assessment is critical, and that's something we like to train on just about every year because it's involving using technology that folks may not use all the time. Roles of engineers and crews, this is something that I think is somewhat unique and important to us. We take employees that have a normal role of maybe, let's take a lineman for instance. They're in a crew that's probably setting poles and pulling wire. In the event of a major hurricane, they're not going to be in that same role. They're going to be in a role where they have responsibility for a portion of the distribution system, and they're going to be getting outside crews that are probably not familiar with our system, and they're going to direct their work where we need it to get the lights on as fast as possible and to as many customers as possible. So they're more in a leadership role, which is different than what they do on a daily routine, and our engineers are in a similar position. So we prepare them for that, so when they get into that situation, they're better prepared. The control center, that's also located at Operations Center. Actually, the picture at the bottom right is the Operations Center that we built after Hurricane Katrina. That's a hardened facility where we house our distribution control center, our call center, our transmission control center, our technology group, our data center, a lot of those facilities and groups that work 24/7 need to be available. It's also where our storm center is, where we come together with the disaster directors during the middle of a hurricane, and we can stay there through the night and keep everybody fed and just working without having to leave. It's proven to be very helpful. You know, during Katrina, where we were at flooded. We got 19 feet of water there at the plant where they were housed. So this was a lesson learned. We moved inland and built a hardened facility. That's been very helpful. It's in northern part of Gulfport off of Highway 49.
49.
Yeah. So generation, the picture at the top left, excuse me, is a hardened control room at our generating plants here on the coast. That was something that was put together in recent years, and that was important because we can run our units longer through higher winds by having that operator in a safe area where they can operate the unit and watch the unit and control the unit. Without that, you couldn't run the unit as long or as at higher wind speeds. So that facility is rated to Cat 5 storm. So that was a big addition for our plants to help them operate more effectively during a hurricane. They also plan for unit availability during a hurricane, and each unit's a little bit unique at what wind speeds it could run to, but they work with our control center to kind of plan for that, so we're ready when a Cat 3 or Cat 2 or Cat 4 hurricane comes. Logistics, I touched on some of that earlier. Hats off to the folks on the logistics team. If you're on the logistics team, you probably don't get enough credit because you deal with some of the more difficult issues that people have to deal with. The manpower, we talked about all the employees have a role. We lean on Southern Company for additional support. We have the mutual assistant groups with SEE, and then it ultimately rolls up to the EEI, Edison Electric Institute. And then we have additional contract partners with line crews outside of SEE, so we can call on even other folks should we need help. The point is we want to make sure we have enough resources on hand to get the lights on quickly.
There's 53.
And the last thing I want to mention is supply chain. You can't do a whole lot if you don't have the material. You got to have the poles, you got to have the wire, and our supply chain team works really hard to get stocking levels where they need to be of extra transformers and things like that prior to hurricane season. And we also have trailers that are stocked with material that they can deploy to different locations throughout our territory for those first couple of days of storm restoration, so the crews can immediately go to work as they move more material to lay down yards wherever we are hardest hit in our territory. So that's really effective and helps us with restoration. I talked a little bit about tools and technology earlier. I'll watch my clock here and make sure I don't go too long. I talked a little bit about tools and technology, and I'm sure we all see it. Technology is always changing, and it's to help us. We look for tools that are going to help us get the lights on faster, plan better, and communicate with customers better. And so there's two I want to really highlight here today that are new to us this year. One is called SPEAR. It's actually a screenshot. It's hard to make it out there. It's on the left side of the screen, but that is a new data analytics tool that we're using in Southern Company to look at the forecast of a storm as it approaches, and then using our archives of outage information, so the number of outages we've had on our system for previous weather events. It's doing a lot of data analytics to estimate on a 5-day forecast how many outages we're going to see each day in the different regions of our company. So it's very helpful for planning. If you can imagine, even if this is not just for hurricanes, this is any day of the week. It could just be with a front. A lot of times we're wondering how long is it going to take that weather to come through? How many incidents do we expect to see or outages? When we start seeing a number of outages, it helps us think about how many crews we need. You start processing how many crews you need to get the lights on in so many hours. This is also helping us estimate the estimated time of restoration. So this is a new tool for us, but it's already proven to be very helpful. And the other part about it that's neat, it's using machine learning to improve itself. So it's estimating a 5-day window of outages that we'll see, but it's also truing itself up based on what actually happened. So it's continually getting better with time. And I expect to see more from this in the coming years. Still new to us, but something we're really excited about. Another tool we're implementing this year is called Grid Critical, and that's actually a screenshot there at the bottom right. This is a tool for keeping up with our resources, our crews. So we're able to put them in the system, every name of every crew that's in, and then our logistics team is able to easily keep up with where they're located in the company, so we know how many meals to bring to that substation or that staging area, wherever they're at. And as we move them around, you can keep up with them very easily with this system. With, you know, it has to be updated, of course, but that way we know how many people to feed and how many people to sleep and all those things it takes to take care of those crews when they're here working. ESDA is the tool I talked about earlier for damage assessment. That's the mapping tool that helps us keep up and track all the damage on our system. And then drones, I mean, we're all hearing about drones. We're using them more and more, and they're especially helpful in areas that you can't drive to. You know, transmission right-of-ways, you can patrol a transmission line in inaccessible areas much faster. Same thing with distribution. So I expect to see more and more with the use of drones down the road as we work with the FCC and Mississippi State and folks like that that are looking to bring it even further into the future. You know, I would expect down the road to see where you could patrol a line without line of sight, so outside of line of sight. You know, those are the things that are being talked about now, and I think we'll get even more out of drones in the coming years. Communication, you know how important communication is, right? So satellite phones, we learned in past storms, you need that ability. With Hurricane Helene, one of the things we found is that the Starlink phones were very helpful. So we actually purchased a few Starlink phones this year to be able to use should we have a major hurricane and lose communication. So speaking of communication, I think I heard it said earlier with another group, customers want to know when they're going to be out of power and how long. And we hear them loud and clear. And we are striving to try to improve and get better in that area. And the point of this slide is to say that we have multiple paths that we're communicating and trying to reach out to our customers, communities, yourselves, and it's an effort that has been underway a long time, and it's something we just continually try to improve. You know, we have folks on point with our local officials in every city or county we serve, with the emergency management agencies we spoke about earlier, certainly with you, and our other community partners and our customers. And we can notify our customers through texting. That's something we encourage them to do, is to sign up for text alerts or outage alerts. So when their power goes out, they'll instantly receive a text message telling them their power's out. And on most days of the week, it'll tell them when we expect it to get it on, as soon as it's out, based on what we have seen historically. With a major hurricane, they probably won't get an estimated time initially, but that's something the Storm Center works hard at, is to come up with estimated times of when we expect to restore towns or maybe a feeder. And we'll set these restoration times, and then as we work those outages, our crews and engineers are updating those times so our customers will get more current information. And so that's something we're really working towards very hard. We also reach out to the media. We do interviews, of course, with the media, but social media has been a big avenue for communicating with customers, and we're always putting messages out there on outages with social media. But I can't help but say the outage map is the best place to get the most current information, and that's a picture of it there at the top left. But as outages occur, you either have somebody in the field calling in to the control center, telling them, hey, I have this line fuse out, or I have this recloser out, or with all the automation we have between AMI metering that's reporting in instantly, SCADA on our reclosers and breakers, all that's feeding into our outage management computer system, and it's automatically updated here for all our customers to see. So when anyone's wanting to know how many customers do we have out in a particular area, or if I'm out, the outage map is the best way to get the most current information. And I would be remiss if I did not give recognition to Hurricane Katrina. We just had the 20th anniversary a few weeks ago. That hurricane was the biggest challenge from a storm perspective our company has ever seen. We still prepare for events like Hurricane Katrina. When we do those disaster plan reviews I spoke about earlier, we plan for worst case. No power's on anywhere. Nothing's available. But you also have to plan for less than that because typically that's not the case. But that's what we experienced with Katrina. Everyone was out of power. We had 1,200 employees. We brought in a lot of resources from, I believe it was 23 states and Canada. There's some funny stories there. And we ramped up to 12,000 and got the lights on in 12 days. I was a part of that. It was a special time. It was a very difficult time for all of our customers and communities. But we learned as a utility, we learned a lot during that event about how to get the lights back on and how important it is to restore power because it restores hope. So Katrina was a difficult time, but we still talk about it. And you know, there's fewer and fewer of us still there that went through Katrina as you move along. But I'll share here in just a moment why I think we're ready for the next big one, should it occur. But one of the things I wanted to highlight here, we learned the importance of family services, which is one of our disaster groups we have. And we get support from the other operating companies really to help us with this. But we found the value in employees that are needed to get the lights on, you know, the folks that deal with power restoration. If they've got a really difficult situation at home, it's hard for them to focus on their job and work safely if they're thinking about that. So we will actually help remedy some of those situations, like if their shingles are torn off and the rain's coming in, we'll get a tarp put up on that roof. So they don't have to think about that. Let's get through this restoration, and then you can kind of get your house back in order a few days later. We want everybody to come in as quickly as possible, and that's what we saw in Katrina, and so we're very proud of that. But that is something we found important to help take care of our employees so they can take care of our customers. The most recent event of a major hurricane we've had is Hurricane Zeta. And so I was part of that, and thinking about Katrina, we had seen by the time of Zeta in 2020, a lot of new employees, a lot of young employees, a lot of young linemen, a lot of young engineers. And I remember towards the end of that event, I was just sitting there smiling at how well they were doing and excited about what they were doing. So I was really proud to see, after going through Katrina and 15 years go by and you haven't been tested to that level, and then you have a major event, a Category 3 hurricane, and we get the lights back on in 5 days, to see that new workforce work so well through that was very encouraging to me and everyone else, I believe, at our company. Another big learning from Zeta, there were really two big ones. One, the importance of getting the power on to voting precincts. You know, this happened right at the end of October, and it was voting day was coming up a few days later. And, you know, we hadn't really thought about that really going into the hurricane, but it quickly arose as something, hey, this is a critical customer. We need to get the lights on. So we had a massive effort to get the locations of every voting precinct and make sure we had the lights on there so the customers and citizens could vote on voting day. So that has become something every year. It's on our checklist. Let's make sure we have all the updated addresses marked in our system so we know where they're at. Another big learning from this was communicating with customers. There's a little snapshot of something we put together, but essentially we showed every town the number of customers out, and it updated every day as we progressed along. So that was part of that information to customers that we recognize as needed, and we continue to strive to do that. Last thing I'll touch on is we talked about continuously improving our storm plans, training our employees so we can respond better. We're also continuously improving our grid through grid investment. And I'll point out a few of the things. You can see a picture there at the bottom. That's a substation control house. And you can see it's on pillars. Well, one of the things that's neat about this was a lesson learned from Katrina. We had 18 substations flood during Katrina, and we've made some significant improvements where we've raised control houses there along the coast to be above the slosh models for a Category 3 storm directly impacting that area. And so we've raised it above those flood levels, but we've done more than that. We have a hardened facility now, and the relays that control the assets, the equipment in those substations are all housed in that building. Whereas in the past, they might have been out spread throughout the substation at the breakers and devices that they're controlling. Now they're all in that building, and there's underground wires running to those devices. So should this substation flood, like we experienced in Katrina, we'll be able to get it back operating much faster than what we experienced in the past. So that was a major lesson learned and part of the improvements we've put into our system. You know, replacing wood poles with concrete and steel. Transmission has been doing that for decades. We have now moved into doing that with our distribution feeders along the coast, and it'll be a slow, gradual process, but we recognize the importance that that'll bring and being more resilient. So when a major hurricane comes through, ultimately you'll have fewer broken poles, and you'll have maybe a wire breaks or trees leaning on a wire, but you'll be able to get the lights on faster by having a more resilient system. We've also been undergrounding strategically some distribution lines and long-haul fiber, and that long-haul fiber is vital for the communication to these substations and all the SCADA automation that we have, and then also just been able to talk on our radio systems and phone systems. We have been installing underground fiber along the coast and now on a north-south path that's following our transmission lines. And then a couple other points here would be the automation and remote monitoring. We've been installing reclosers for many years. We really, about a decade ago, took it to another level with automating all of our reclosers and building a self-healing network. That self-healing network now has more than 96% of our customers in a self-healing network, which means they can be fed from multiple ways, and the system automatically operates on its own without intervention. So what that ultimately means is if something causes a power outage, let's say a tree falls through the line, those reclosers that are on the feeders will sense where the problem is, isolate it, so reclosers will open on both sides wherever they're located on that feeder, and then restore power up to those reclosers. So in essence, people are out of power shorter duration and less often. So that's been a big improvement, adding all the electronic reclosers on our system. We're also adding these dropout reclosers in some of our locations. We've put in about 400 to date in place of fuses on what we call a lateral tap with fewer customers, and they're proven to be very effective too. And then the AMI metering system, I mentioned that earlier. That is a way of having near real-time data on where our customers are as far as power, if their power's on or not. It reports in immediately to let us know that the power's out. And if we're wondering about a customer, we can ping that meter and see if it's got connection to our system. We also have monitors on our transmission assets, so we can monitor the health of the transformers in our substations, and infrared cameras, several ways that we're monitoring for problems before we have an outage, looking at temperatures and gas analysis and things like that. So these are some of the improvements we've been putting in place to get our system more resilient and reliable. So that's essentially the presentation I wanted to give you. This is just a picture of our generation, transmission, and distribution system that we use to serve our customers, and something we strive to continue to do year-round. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know Commissioner Carr, you probably have questions.
Can you tell everyone what happened during Katrina when y'all was on the coast? Where y'all moved to? Was that Plant Watson?
Yes, so
give them a little bit of history of why
sure.
that control center is north.
So we have at that time, you know, a lot has changed since then, but we have our service center on 28th Street. And at that time, that really would have served as our storm center. there was a decision because of the wind speeds and so forth, let's move to Plant Watson prior to the hurricane coming ashore. And Plant Watson there is, of course, on Calvin Lorraine. Plant Watson ended up getting 19 feet of water, which was not expected. Cars floating around, you know, it really put things in disarray, obviously, for a storm center. Our control center was, we might have had a picture up here, had folks working in the parking lot looking at paper maps, trying to issue switching and all for our transmission control center because they had to leave their facility. So after Katrina, with support of your office, we were able to build this hardened facility inland, away from floodwaters, that can withstand very, very high winds. And we can house all these significant and very vital systems in one place with data centers and control centers and so forth. But Katrina, with the flooding in particular on the coast, wreaked havoc on our operations. But one of the things I would highlight from that is our company really believes in empowerment. And in a storm like Katrina, you see that more than ever. And what that means is, I talked earlier about a lineman or an engineer has responsibility for a portion of the distribution system. Maybe it's one feeder, maybe it's two, maybe it's the whole substation, everything out of there. But that person is making the decisions on how to get the lights on based on what's in front of them. It's not coming from the storm center. They have control, and that's a lot of what you saw happen during Katrina, was a transfer of control from a control center to that person in the field so they could safely perform switching that was needed, and grounding. We were talking about grounding earlier, all those things that are needed so that line crews can work safely. But we pushed that down to the lowest level, and they were empowered to make those decisions. And that was one of the biggest takeaways I personally saw during Katrina, was how everyone came together to do their job where they were. And in the end, all of the lights were on within 12 days.
So the system that y'all have in place now, where your loop system, where you can bypass, that signal that's controlling those switches, how is that? Is that by fiber or is that by?
It's a mix.
Mix.
We have, so there's multiple systems we're talking about, but with the self-healing network, what you're talking about is reclosers that are out on the line, and most of them have a radio in them, maybe all of them. Some are connected with fiber, so that's why I say there's a mix. We do have fiber running to some of these reclosers, which gives you a little bit faster operation. But the radio is in every recloser, and it's communicating back to, I mentioned the data center that's at the operations center. We have devices in there, we call them RTAGs, and they're communicating with all those reclosers, and there's an algorithm in that box that's deciding what reclosers to open and which ones to close, or feeder breakers to get the lights back on to as many as possible. And so there's a communication from that device in the field, typically through radio, back to the data center where those decisions are made, and then it goes back. But there's also fiber networks to all our substations, either fiber we own or we lease from AT&T. So there's a combination of fiber at work and also radios.
What percentage of y'all's system is wood poles, steel poles, concrete poles? I know that's a loaded question.
Yeah, I understand. On distribution, it's vastly wood. We have just started this effort in recent years, probably 2 to 3 years ago, of hardening our distribution system along the coast on main line feeders with concrete poles. That's something we're really trying to ramp up now. Transmission's been doing it for more than 2 decades. More than half, probably 60% or so, of the transmission structures are either concrete or steel. And anytime we build a new transmission line, it's going to be concrete or steel.
In your underground, I asked that question earlier to the co-op. What percentage are y'all seeing in underground versus overhead?
What percentage of our system?
Yeah.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but you know, usually it's a lot of times it's a new development subdivision. They want underground, and we work with the developer to put it in underground. There's some extra cost to do that, and they have to pay for that. But oftentimes you see a service to a house go underground. And then we are strategically, over the years, have taken some areas, maybe it's a downtown, maybe it's an area with trees that are hard to trim, and we place it underground. But I don't know the percentage here with me today.
So when we go from wood, I've done some research. So you're looking at 30, 50 years on a wood pole, 50, 80 years on a steel pole, and 70 to 100 years. But as you go up, your wind velocity goes up also.
Yeah. We'd like to say, we're building on the distribution system. We're taking it to grade B construction, which is a higher, stronger grade of construction. It gives you about 50% more strength, is what we like to say, going from grade C to B on our distribution system.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
So, great job, thanks. So now we're scheduled to have a break. So we'll take a, Rachel?
I'm glad you thought that. That could be embarrassing.
Yeah, we'll say,
Squeeze it.
we'll keep the schedule break for 10 minutes, so that puts us back here 10 minutes early. So turn it 2:40, 2:41.
Hmm?
Okay, we'll go to our next speaker. Next, we have Jacob Harrison with Looks Great Services. Jacob Harrison has served as Board of Directors, Director of Business Development for Looks Great Services for Mississippi since 2018, working with utilities, cooperatives, and municipalities to improve grid reliability through vegetation management and storm hardening. A 2009 graduate of the University of Southern Mississippi, he is a lifelong Mississippian, husband of 20 years. I thought I'd say husband of 20. I was like, what? Husband of 20 years, father of 3, and grandfather of 2. Jacob, thanks for being with us today. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thanks again for the commission for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak with you guys and everybody visiting. Yeah, my name is Jacob Harrison, Looks Great Services. We are, we have really 3 phases to our business, all in the vegetation side. So for the utility side, we do everything before, during, and after the storm. So what that means is before the storm, we do vegetation management and storm hardening for the utilities all across the country, from the East Coast, even out Midwest. So really all over the country, ranging anywhere from, we've done up to 2,500 miles of line to 4,000 miles of line, which was 2 years ago, was our most that we did. And we're growing every year, and we're excited to be a part of that. During the storm, we partner with co-ops and other utilities to assist during the storm and remove vegetation from lines so that the restoration can happen a lot quicker. So we don't get into the reconstruction, but we do get into the vegetation management part of that and remove that so that the restoration can begin. And then after the storm, we partner with co-ops. If there's federal funding or they'd like to cover that expense themselves, we work with them to do any of the wrecking and disposal of any of that wrecking. That's for the utilities. The other side of our business is we work with municipalities and counties and states to go in and do restoration along public right-of-way. So we've grown over the last 5 years pretty substantially to a big player in the market, and we couldn't do that without the partnerships that we have with the utility companies across the country. So currently, we have over 450 assets in our fleet. And again, we serve utilities and municipalities all across the country. And we're based out of Columbia, Mississippi, which is right down the road, about an hour and a half south of here. But our expertise is in storm hardening, hazard, tree mitigation, and right-of-way management. Equipment list and capabilities. We have SkyTrims, which are I know you've seen them going down the utility lines, but they have the saws on the end of the booms. We have those, bucket trucks, personnel trucks, mowers, Cinnaboggans, which I'm excited to show you some video a little bit later on, and Allbox. Those are new pieces of equipment that we've recently added to our fleet that help us handle some of the heavier vegetation. Self-loader haul trucks, large horizontal grinders that can grind 10 to 12,000 yards a day. We have the ability to mobilize quickly for storm response. And again, 2,500 miles a year is kind of what we average of annual vegetation management for utility companies. This is pretty much a duplicate slide. I don't know how that got in there. So today, what I'd like to talk about is, what I've been asked to talk about is why we feel like vegetation management matters. A little bit of data on Mississippi and the effectiveness that we do, and you'll see with some case studies that I've involved that kudos to our co-ops and our power providers in the state, because I've seen this in many areas. We really should be proud of the way that we're served and our communities are served with the vegetation management in our area. Mississippi does it really well. So, and I'll show some case studies that'll kind of come back to that. And we'll talk about SAID, which are SAFI, which are metrics that determine the duration of the outage, and it's just simple metrics that should be tracked. We'll talk about some challenges that we feel like utilities face in the efforts of storm hardening. And then we're all familiar with, if you're in vegetation anywhere, or if you're part of that, everybody's seen the dead trees from the drought and the beetles from 2 years ago. Then we'll look at some cost benefit view, and then we'll get some key takeaways from both the case studies and some of the data that I've put together. So why does vegetation management and storm hardening matter? As we'll see in some slides ahead, is that vegetation is the number one metric for outages for utilities, from tree contact and falling limbs. Storm hardening reduces damage and accelerates restoration. So the more active you are in your cycles, the quicker your restoration is and the lower that cost is. So it's cost up front. Cost savings is fewer repeat outages, and you can more predict your budgets. And of course, this is from the viewpoint of the contractor. And again, customer reliability, better SAI-DI and SAI-FI, which are the metrics that we're going to talk about. And then it's better safety for the public and the crews. The better the vegetation management is, the better that is. And of course, compliance and best practices. So SAI-DI and SAI-FI are metrics that utilities track. If you'll see there on the slide, the SAI-DI is the outage, the duration per minutes. And then FI is the frequency in which that happens. And of course, good vegetation management reduces both the duration and the frequency. So again, I talked about vegetation and it being the leading cause of outages. If you look at this data is from a sample view for all of the state of Mississippi. But as we saw earlier, Entergy said that theirs was closer to 50%. So it could be different. These metrics could be different for utilities depending on how well they manage it. But the state average is what data shows is at about 30%. Now, my experience and my opinion is that what you see in red is the weather directly affects how much the vegetation is. So just on a normal day, of course, the vegetation is not doing it. So I think that weather is a cause of the vegetation being a part of that. And then, of course, we've seen a graph like this in an earlier presentation, very similar. But vegetation is the leading cause of outages in Mississippi, and I'm sure across many areas. And y'all feel free to stop me if y'all have any questions during any.
Just curious, what kind of damages animals? What would that be?
So that's probably squirrels getting on lines, or my favorite this time of the year is dove hunters shooting the dove off the line and causing damage.
That's a real issue, right? So that would be classified as animals.
That would be classified. I would think classified. I almost put a slide in there that did that because I'm a dove hunter, and actually took a picture. Funny story, if I can. I did a field, and I don't have hardly any birds, but I went to look, and one bird landed on the power line right next to me, and I sent it to my neighbor who works for Pearl River Valley, and I said, "Sorry, man, this one may die. I'll see you on the service call." But I didn't, though. I didn't. Just a quick funny story. Nobody laughed but me and you.
I don't know how funny it was then. Not many dove hunters, maybe.
Yeah, right.
If there's 20 on the line, it'd been different. So you probably would have been calling it.
It was one. I said, "This is the only one I've seen, and he may die."
Yeah,
I'll see you in a minute for
anybody listening. Don't do that.
Right. This graph shows. So we talked about cycle times. This graph shows that the managed cost, like a 3-year cycle, is during a storm, the cost is much higher for a 6-year cycle versus a 3-year cycle as far as reactionary measures it ends up being more costly on that end. And of course, it's front-ended by the cost of the vegetation management and doing a 3-year cycle. We've heard especially some of the co-ops talk about you got to kind of make a decision on what that is, and we certainly understand that. But data shows that if your cycle times on your feeder lines or your circuits, the sooner you trim those or at least look at them, the quicker your recovery time is on that. So back more to some of the challenge that we feel like utilities face and our thoughts on some of the solutions and is one, like we just mentioned, the pressure of budgeting. Like what do we do first? Where do we put our money and our assets? And how do you make that decision? What's best for your members or your organization? And we certainly understand that that you have to prioritize that. But budget pressure is certainly one of them to make a decision on how often you're going to do your storm hardening or vegetation management. The other things that we see is the landowner relations. Oftentimes we'll get hired to go trim a circuit, and not oftentimes, but it happens, and that can create some separation in that. And our ability to do that is the relations and the communication to the landowner. I was really proud to hear Mississippi Power talk about the data they're using and the technology they're using to determine a lot of things. Because data gaps is another thing that we see, that there's no data on their outages and versus their lines trimmed and how their frequency in that. So especially some of your smaller co-ops don't really have a lot of that data or can provide that. And so it was really good to see Mississippi Power mention the new technology that they're using to be able to do that. And that can be done with LiDAR, with drones, and different metrics that they have, and they data track on that. So that's one of the other things that us as the contractor, we find that utilities kind of have a shortfall on that. Some of the workforce safety on the contracts, the mechanization and the quality control, some of the standards are different. So if there was a certain line of standards throughout Mississippi or just in general in that area would be helpful. Some are much higher and then some are much lower. So if there was all a set standard of quality controls within the contracts. So integrated vegetation management, we see, and not that one way is better than the other, but some of the setbacks, could be, the criteria could be 15 feet, sometimes it's 30, depending on if it's 3-phase or single phase. But then the way that's trimmed, a circuit could be trimmed. Some are more aggressive than the others. If maybe could be some discussion about making that a standard across the state would be something that we would be interested in helping with. And again, this isn't like to-do list, but just from our perspective, some of the struggles that we come up with. There was mention earlier about damage assessment and storm sweeps after that. Oftentimes, we get into rural areas with smaller co-ops or smaller utilities. There's really not planning in place. The what if isn't answered, and so the steps of walking into you're walking into a meeting and you're there to assist, and we're really not sure what we're going to do first. So that the sense of urgency on that storm assessment sometimes is not there. So it really limits us on what we can do effectively in the very beginning stages of being reactionary to a storm. So I mentioned earlier we've got 2 new pieces of equipment, and it's the Cinnabogan and the Albach. And I want to show just a quick video of the Cinnabogan. The Cinnabogan, we bought this piece of equipment in the Northeast, in the New York area, and it's a smaller piece of equipment. And we tried it out in the New York State area. And so this is we used it, and it was good, effective, safe. So it's safe, it's reliable, it's efficient, and it's just a good piece of equipment. The problem with that is that it costs a lot of money to operate those. So, but it's good. So if you're a utility company and you have problem areas that are really close to infrastructure or to your power grid, then these are really cool. So you can play that. As you can see, it's really quick, and you can take down a tree. So the other day, I went out to our circuit. This isn't our operation, by the way. This is off YouTube, but I went out to a circuit, and we're doing an MDOT job, and there was a pine tree. It took us 13 minutes to take down that pine tree and stack it up. So it's really efficient. It can do, so we have one on tracks and one on wheels, just like that one. So you can, it's really safe. So if you're worried about down power lines or hitting a power line or any kind of structure, this piece of equipment, as long as it can be accessed by this piece of equipment, you got to cut it down really fast.
So it has a saw and claw.
So it grapples, and it can rotate, so it can cut it at any angle. So you can grab, like this one's grabbing limbs, but you can take just the whole trunk of the tree, grab it, cut it. It's just like a forester, like they use in the forestry field, except it's on a boom. And they can take that, the top of that tree or the big limb or whatever, and they can set it down and stack it all in place. And so the ability to avoid power lines is just safe and efficient. Just costly.
So Cinnaboggen, where's that from?
That's a German-made piece of equipment. You know, Germany does things better when it comes to engineering. Sorry if there's any.
Even the cab extends, articulates.
Yeah. So it's really neat. We have a lot of pines here, and by the time it's set out, put the outriggers down, the entire tree, probably a 35-inch pine, a big tree, was down in about 13. I timed it. It was 13 minutes. So, all right, you can press pause there. The other piece of equipment we have that complements this piece of equipment is called an Allbach, which everybody's seen the small chippers that utility construction companies drag around with them that chip limbs, and usually the large parts of the big trees have to be hauled off with haul trucks. This piece of equipment is called an Allbach. It's also a German-made piece of equipment. We have one of these, but one Allbach can service 2 Cinnaboggens. So if you want to press play on that. But basically, it's a big chipper. It can take up to a 30-inch tree, and you can process. You can see how much wood they're putting it there. So we can either blow it back into a haul truck, or we can blow it back onto the right-of-way, which is pretty common as well. But if y'all are driving the highways, you'll see it on 55. We're using that north of Macomb if you're in that area, and some other areas. We had 4 or 5 MDOT contracts that we're doing the drought trees with. But really good piece of equipment. I hope to really soon get our marketing team to go and take some video of our own assets. But that's what you call an Allbach. So these are 2 new pieces of equipment that we have within our fleet. Thank you.
Cascade was there just showed that you clean up your mess.
What's that?
The Cascade was just showing that you clean up your mess.
I didn't plan that part of it.
That's right.
So speaking of which, Mississippi was hit with a drought back in 23. Really didn't realize the effects of that until last year. And the state, from a utility portion of it, from as a grower of pines, and it didn't just affect pines, but mostly pines. It affected almost 80,000 acres total of pine trees were dead across our state, and that's 12.5 million trees. So at least $96 million in timber loss. That's just in the pine plantations that the state has determined. So what does that mean for utilities? It means it's on our right-of-ways, right? On a utility right-of-way. So we have to get that. This slide is so according to the pine trees, so this is futuristic data I asked for. They're saying that that we could potentially see up to 50,000 interrupted deals if we don't address it, and then 20,000 outages, which is normal on a year cycle. Again, this is another graph that shows the importance of managed utility lines and feeder lines. It shows that your cost goes up the less frequently it's managed. So your vegetation management cost per mile goes up the less frequent it's managed. So these are the we'll get into the case studies, which I think it's really interesting. This case study is for Michigan. So early 2025, April of 2025, we got called to Michigan. They had a major ice storm. That ice storm accumulated 1.5 inches of ice pretty much on everything in northern Michigan. And I know that we don't see major ice storms in Mississippi that often, but we do see ice storms, and you never know. We never thought that we would see a Hurricane Katrina, but we saw one. So in an effort to be prepared, it's not that we can prevent it or do anything. You're going to have outages with an ice storm like this. The difference in what we do, and I was talking to Stephen out in the hall with Mississippi Power, and we really do a phenomenal job in the state of Mississippi with all of our utilities, whether it's co-op or Mississippi Power or Energy, as opposed to a lot of different areas. So this was in northern Michigan. Their feeder cycle for vegetation management was 12 years. 12 years, and they had an ice storm of this magnitude. It was devastating. They had power over 200. This is rural. So if you're familiar with Michigan at all, it's the northern half of the state. It's very rural. It's very much just like parts of our state, right? Over 200,000 customers affected. They were almost 40% of that was due to vegetation, and then poles were just snapping because it was so much ice. But it was over 10,000 miles of infrastructure that was on a 12-year cycle. Imagine that in Mississippi with all the tornadoes. I mean, what did we have, 78 confirmed tornadoes last year? That was Michigan. In 2024 also, early last year, we had Hurricane Beryl that hit, that made it to the city of Houston. Very similar case there in the very urban areas of the city of Houston. They were on a 10-year cycle. And it was mass damage throughout. On a small Category 1 hurricane, something that could have been with some storm hardening and a proactive approach, it could have been avoided. But there was a long time to get them back. I think there's over half of them were out of all the people that lost power, over half of them lost it for over a week. So that was 2.7 million customers were affected in the city, in the Houston metro area. And then an estimated, due to storm damage or due to vegetation or lack of vegetation management, over 50% of their outages was due to vegetation. The restoration costs, and I think the government had to kick in and help, but $1.2 billion in utility restoration costs. Can you imagine one of our co-ops having to foot that bill, or Mississippi Power? It'd be tough. So our lessons from our case study. When you have a major storm, it's going to expose what you did or you didn't do and didn't do well. Tree mortality and stress on unmanaged growth leads to more severe outages. The restoration times on unmanaged vegetation, when you have a lack of vegetation management, or you're your periods go longer than they probably should, it's more costly for you to recover from that. The more proactive we can be when it comes to vegetation management, I know that it's cost, and you gotta balance it out, right? From infrastructure to vegetation management. Certainly understand that, but if we can do a better job of being ahead of the curve on your vegetation management programs, it'll be a lot better. And then of course we've got the this beetle and drought problem is going to be a continuous thing because more and more trees are. I mean, there's a tree in my backyard that just started dying the other day, and I noticed it, and I think it's still stemming from that. So investment in the vegetation management and storm hardening is a cost-effective protection. So total key takeaways is along the similar lines. Vegetation management, vegetation is the leading cause of outages. So a proactive approach will improve reliability and ultimately lower cost. We've got the drought trees, and then proactive vegetation management protects ratepayers and lowers the cost. So not that it's pertinent, but so we all need to support vegetation management policies and from my opinion, need to be a little more clear across the lines on how we approach those things. And then the encouragement to utilities to continue to invest in modern tools such as AI and drone footage. If we can get that data, we'll better understand how we can manage vegetation. All an approach to provide reliable and affordable power for our Mississippi residents. That's all I got. How much time did I take up? Not much.
Perfect.
Not much at all.
Very good presentation. Very a lot to learn there. So when can we operate the machines? It looks fun.
Whenever you're ready. I'm a little scared to operate them. It's more fun watching somebody who's talented to do that.
Commissioner Carr, any questions?
Tell them a little about your adventure into Georgia last year.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
With that storm. Just a short version.
The short version is we responded in two ways. Our utility crews, our utility side that does vegetation management, responded and worked hand in hand with Florida Power and Light and Georgia Power to clear lines so that the restoration process of power can begin. And then on the storm restoration side, we hauled and managed 16 different counties between Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and we moved and processed just under 8 million yards of debris from Hurricane Helene and Milton. So it was a big project. In fact, next week we're going back because they've opened up some more projects for us to do some creeks and streams in Georgia and Florida. So we're not done yet. It's costly.
Oh, so you serve all over the country.
We do.
The Southeast.
All over the country.
Wow, cool.
And Puerto Rico.
Gotcha. That's part of CRUC.
That's right.
That's our group. Yeah. Awesome. Our conference is in next year, so put it on your calendar.
It's in Puerto Rico?
No, it's in Gulfport.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Biloxi.
Yeah.
Biloxi.
I thought you meant Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Next year, I believe.
No, it's sunny Biloxi, not sunny
Biloxi.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. I guess you need all this stuff too.
Okay, awesome. So next we have Kristen Spearman with the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA. She's Vice President of Transmission Operations and Power Supply. Kristen Spearman serves as Vice President of Transmission Operation and Power Supply, where she leads the organization responsible for planning and real-time operations of TVA's transmission system and generation resources. Under her leadership, TVA ensures the safe, reliable, and resilient delivery of power across the 7-state region and to the 11 states supported by TVA's Reliability Coordinator Services. A native of Tennessee, Kristen is rooted in the communities TVA serves. As a proud engineer and third-generation TVA employee, she brings both legacy and commitment to her work. Kristen, you with us?
I am with you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing what TV has going on with grid operations and resiliency.
Oh, thank you for having me, and thank you for accommodating me for a virtual presentation. I'm just going to get a quick check to see that you can see my slides. You can hear me well.
Great background too.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'll just spend a few minutes with you today talking about a little bit about TVA's transmission system, and then also about many of the grid modernization technologies that we have going on at TVA. At TVA, as you mentioned in my bio, I do lead the teams responsible for our real-time grid operations across all of our 7 states. So that does include overseeing our System Operations Center. We monitor and control the grid 24/7, 365 there. And we're also, as you'll hear later in the presentation, rolling out a new energy management system and building a new System Operations Center to support these functions. So they are transforming how we operate the grid. We're increasing in terms of visibility, quicker response times, smarter tools, all the way around, lots of innovative things that we are rolling out at TVA. And we do that so that we can continue to provide the high reliability that our customers have come to expect from us. So I'll just give a little background about how we operate. As you know, we do operate under a public power model. So we're owned by the people we serve, not any shareholders. At TVA, we generate and we transmit the electricity at high voltage on the bulk electric system. And then we hand it off to our local power companies who then deliver it directly to homes and businesses that they serve. In Mississippi, we have 28 LPCs that we partner with. And it is a strong partnership. I believe you've heard from a couple of them earlier today, but these are the folks that are boots on the ground in your communities, and they are making sure that they are responding to the needs of their customers to make sure that we continue to have safe, reliable, and affordable power. This is our system. If you're familiar with the TVA map, we serve all of the state of Tennessee and parts of 6 other states. The transmission system does span across the entire valley. We are from Virginia up in the far east all the way down to the lowest portion of Mississippi in the southwest. Specifically in Mississippi, I mentioned 28 local power companies. We also have 8 large directly served industrial customers. We serve nearly 1 million people in the state of Mississippi, and we have a pretty strong presence in terms of our operations. 5 natural gas plants in the state of Mississippi: South Haven, Magnolia, Caledonia, Ackerman, and Kemper. So lots of effort coming out of the state of Mississippi, and we're proud of the facilities that we have there. You can see the rest of the power system. They're small, but we do have a diverse portfolio: nuclear, coal, hydro, and natural gas, which helps to serve us and keep us nimble in different power demand. Here's a snapshot of some of the key stats around our transmission system. It's one of the largest in the country. We have over 16,000 miles of transmission lines. The majority of our system is either on 500 kV or 161 kV. We do have some sub-transmission, but not a lot. Nearly 600 substations that we are operating and maintaining, and we connect to our customers, those LPC customers, at more than 1,300 locations. We've deployed over 5,000 miles of fiber optic lines, so those help us with communication site to site. A big piece of how we are able to roll out this new control center and our new energy management system is because we can talk to these assets through that fiber optic network. The system, it's the backbone of how we are able to serve our customers reliably. And we're building. We're proud to say that. We're happy to see growth in the Tennessee Valley. With growth comes challenges. And so you can see that we've got over 32,000 megawatts of generation on our system currently. And we are adding, between the facilities that are already under construction, those that we are planning for in the near future, and then uprates of our existing fleets, around 7,000 megawatts of new generation just in the next decade. So we're busy. We also are exploring new nuclear technology with a number of partners. We love the idea of new pump storage hydro. We continue to work with a number of developers to continue to push renewable assets onto the system. The majority of what you see in our construction is through natural gas because it's quick, it's reliable, and it's flexible. So it helps us serve the load when we need to. And Mississippi is a proud recipient and has been a great partner to work with on a project in Steens, Mississippi, the New Caledonia project. So we're working now on building a 500 megawatt CT site there that'll be online in the coming years. That's going to help us with quick, fast, flexible, and reliable power. We're also adding to the grid. When you add generation sites, you got to build transmission assets, and we are building and investing heavily in our grid, in addition to the control center that I'll talk more about in a minute. So if we look at how the grid is evolving, we know that we're going to need more out of our infrastructure than we ever have. And that's in terms of just capability and capacity, but also innovative technology. And so I'm going to talk through a number of different elements that we've either deployed already or that we're exploring to develop that'll help us with analytics and real-time monitoring. And they are going to be instrumental, we believe, in helping us be most efficient in the future. And this is just a depiction of the world of how things were on the left-hand side of the screen. So a typical one-way street, power flowed from the central station power plant at the bottom through the substation onto the distribution system, and then we just fed our customers, be them commercial, residential, or industrial. But things are certainly more dynamic now and continuing to change. So you've got data pushing both directions on the grid. You've got people feeding power behind the meter. We see renewable resources or storage resources that are inverter based and create some dynamics on the system. And so lots of things are pushing and pulling, and it just creates the need to have better technology within your control centers. We don't see really an end in terms of people needing more electrification. Data has been a big consumer of that right now. It's very top of mind for many of us, but there's other elements in terms of vehicles and processing and manufacture that continue to push towards electrification. And so we are ready to adapt and support and supply those needs at TVA. So this is the star of the show for us. This is our new System Operations Center. You can see on the top right, I believe this might have actually been a computer-generated graphic. We need to update that because it's a real, alive, living, breathing facility now that we are starting to work our way into our transition to. And we are moving from right now our primary control center, which is located in an urban environment in Chattanooga, to this facility, which is far more advanced and far more secure. So it was designed and it was built to be super resilient. It has the ability to withstand extreme weather, such as tornadoes, earthquake. It has shielding for electromagnetic pulses. It has protection for ballistics. It is a super secure facility in terms of the way it was built, but it also has state-of-the-art technology in terms of physical and cyber security as well. It has full redundancy in all of its power supply. There's a 161 kV substation on site supplying this facility through 2 feeds and 2 power transformers. Inside the facility, we've got redundant sets of diesel generators as well as redundant battery backup. And so at any given moment, the facility could run on any of those elements on one of the 2 trains. So super resilient. And that includes power, our communications, as well as all the mechanical and water systems. So we feel really good about the safety and the security of the building and the people that are working there. Our operators will have the best in the business when it comes to their visibility and their ergonomics. And so it'll be a very nice place for them to come and operate the grid. So we started the construction in about mid-2020, and we wrapped up the construction of the facility in earnest earlier this year. It's 175,000 square feet. It's located on 166 acres, and it's located outside of Chattanooga, about 35 miles in Meigs County, Tennessee. It still is within 30 miles of our backup control center, and so it serves as a place that we can operate from either place and transition between them pretty easily. And when we do commission that facility in whole in the coming year, our operators will be getting another upgrade in terms of the new energy management software that they use. So this is the software that is used to access and control all of the assets that are distributed on our power system. It's got a much more modern feel and use in terms of interface. They are obviously pulling real-time data into that system, and they can see that. But it's got enhanced abilities to help them make decisions, so it can help run sophisticated studies in terms of generation, dispatch, and power flow studies. It also has smart alarming. So right now, on any given day, we're receiving thousands of alarms from thousands of assets, and it's just a blinking red light that's coming in for somebody to tend to. Using AI learning algorithms, this software will help the operators know which ones that they need to prioritize and how they need to tend to those. So our TVA's balancing authority, TVA's reliability coordinator, and TVA's transmission operators will operate from the facility and use this new EMS platform. We also are using data out in the field to help us look for and prevent problems before they arise. So we have stood up our Asset Performance Center, and this uses sensors to help learn about equipment condition before it breaks. This is a very useful tool in terms of preventative maintenance. You can switch to a need-based versus a time-based schedule. It certainly does increase system reliability and availability by preventing unplanned outages on equipment. So we can receive real-time information from a sensor, be it a dissolved gas on a transformer, and we would know to dispatch a crew from our maintenance team to go take a look at that before the transformer ever actually has any failure mechanism. So we are using this technology right now on transformers, breakers, and batteries, and we tend to continue to deploy that on many other asset classes. We've been heavily interested in advanced conductors. So the picture on this slide shows a carbon cord conductor that allows us to have higher capacity carrying with lower sag conductors, so they can carry more electricity from point A to point B without needing to upgrade the entire line. And in many cases, this is incredibly helpful because you don't have to acquire new right-of-way, you don't have to expand right-of-ways, you don't have to, if you're on a pole line, you don't have to switch from poles to towers to carry the heavier, larger conductor. And so you can uprate the system much quicker. Helps us tremendously in terms of environmental impact studies, and then just saves us a lot of money in terms of those rebuilds. So lots of testing right now that we're doing in this field to make sure that we understand what we're getting out of the conductors and that we can deploy it in the right places. And likewise, we've also experimented with technology called dynamic line rating sensors. So you can see the picture. It's truly just a sensor, like a little robot that clamps onto the conductor, and it uses real weather and temperature and wind speed and all other environmental factors that are happening in real time to know how much that conductor electricity can it carry safely. And so this can really help you boost the amount of electricity that you can put through a conductor over what we would have normally done is just assign a static engineering design rating that is a do not exceed. But the reality of it is that has a safety factor built in quite substantially because it doesn't know the real-time conditions. And so we could potentially unlock up to 20% more capacity out of given lines without having to uprate the line, without having to deal with congestion on those lines. So very helpful in terms where we're starting to see more congestion in areas to deploy this technology to say, hey, we only see the overload on this transmission line every once in a while. Maybe we should put one of these in there to see if it's real or if it's just we're exceeding the documented rating. So a new technology that we are deploying in certain areas to help us understand the system better. And everything we do in transmission at TVA is in partnership with our local power companies. It's only halfway helpful if we deploy a bunch of technology, but we don't communicate that all the way through the distribution system down to the end use customers. So you can see a partnership here. We've had a group of 17 LPCs, 3 of which are in the state of Mississippi that we have partnered with to explore very similar technologies that I've covered on the last several slides, but at the distribution level. And we work together with them to help them explore what would be best for their systems and how we can bridge the gap between transmission and distribution to make sure that those innovations are happening all the way up and down the chain. And so as we do in very many cases, working with our LPCs is important to us. And that is all the material that I prepared, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any about our new system or any of our grid technologies.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. What an amazing facility. Look forward to trying to get a tour of that place maybe one day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great technology. Obviously, I'm the commissioner of the Northern District, and we appreciate y'all partnering with us up there and serving the people of North Mississippi. I know it's always been a good relationship between TVA and Mississippi, and it's given us, in the whole valley, an economic edge and recruitment and economic development. So it's glad to have y'all as a partner. So thank you so much for what you do. And we won't hold Amy Tate or Case Knight against you.
Best of the best in Mississippi.
Yeah, they're good folks. So Commissioner Carr, any questions?
What's the average age of your system?
It depends on if you're talking about, various assets, whether it's conductor or our power equipment. We tend to replace our power equipment more frequently, especially in the telecommunications. That is just such an evolving technology that we're replacing it, every decade. Transformers and breakers more frequently than our conductors, but still those edge out probably 50-year average age. And then our conductors is even older than that, 65, upwards of 70. We have equipment on our system that is over 100 years old and still operating. Now, granted, we don't love that, but there's a lot of assets on the TVA system. And so we try to take a risk-based approach to where to spend our money in the right place.
Obviously, there's a lot of excitement around the SMR project at Clinch River. You know anything? Can you give us an update about that?
I am not the expert. I will say we are excited too. And if you continue to watch the press, we just keep finding other opportunities to partner with these investment and venture firms to help explore new technology and new nuclear. So we've had a couple headlines recently. So we are continuing to push forward with the original SMR design and our partnership with GE, but we're now exploring also partnerships with Kairos Power, Intra One Power, and most recently announced a fusion project that we're exploring as well. So lots of new nuclear coming around the horizon. We know that that's in the future. It's not in our current build plan, that slide that I showed, but that's because we're trying to serve the growing needs right now and still planning for that cleaner baseload nuclear in the future.
Was your last statement a fusion project?
Fusion. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Awesome. Exciting.
They're actually co-located at our retired Bull Run coal plant. So that's also a great use of that space too.
Great. It's exciting times to be in the industry. So thank you so much for what you do for the Tennessee Valley and for our ratepayers in Mississippi and again across the valley. So good presentation, and there's no more questions?
Yeah.
I do
You have two types of transmission lines behind you. You have
It's actually a 161. It looks like two 161 lines.
You have a steel structure. Is that a wood structure or is that a steel structure?
It's that H-frame structure is probably steel, just I'm guessing based on the height that it is. But we've got wood H-frame structures on our system. Lots of towers, but I believe I heard one of the speakers prior to me talking about lots of anything that goes on now. We actually try to build on steel poles. That's the most cost-effective way, and because we've got such good technology, we can do a lot of our 161 system on steel poles now. So only if we're building our big 500 backbone are you seeing a lot of these towers going up anymore.
Kristen,
thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much, and hopefully have a great day. And we'll tell Casey's in the audience, so we'll tell him you said hello.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Have a good day. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, moving right along. Last but not least, it's a very, very important part of the presentation. Mississippi Development Authority Energy Office. How you doing today? Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, how are you?
Hi. I'm well. How are you doing?
Good. There's no bio in the packet, so if you can just give us a brief bio and we'll get started.
Yeah. And I'm going to share my screen. I want to make sure everybody can see it too. Let me share the presentation.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. I'll go first and I'll introduce you.
Okay.
Pierre Andrews. I'm with Energy Security, Grid Resilience Program Manager at Mississippi Development Authority, Energy and Natural Resources Division. our office serves under the auspices of the Department of Energy, and we pretty much serve as the state energy office for Mississippi. We're responsible for strengthening Mississippi's energy economy by promoting our natural resources, encouraging efficiency, supporting our workforce development, and enhancing energy security. So I manage the program, which is a federal grant program to utilities called Preventing Outages and Enhancing the Resiliency of the Electric Grid, which is otherwise known as 4101D. It's funded by BIL section. It's a 5-year formula grant from USDOE, and it's to the tune of about $18 million for the first 3 years. We expect to receive another $7 or so million in the next year, 4 and 5 if we receive it. And the intent is pretty much to fund activities that are designed to mitigate the risk of severe weather on critical facilities through grid hardening and resilience investments, invest in last mile delivery solutions, and technology for low-income customers, support economic development sites with investments in power grid infrastructure, and to grow our skilled workforce and grid resilience activities. And so to help us achieve this goal, and we've been working with AECOM, and they've been helping us manage and kind of distribute these funding to our utilities, and pretty much as efficiently as possible. So I'm not a subject matter expert, Taiwo is. So I'll just let her introduce herself, and she can speak more about grid resiliency and what AECOM has been doing in our state. So
great, thanks, Pierre.
Yeah, thank you for that, Pierre. And can you confirm that you can hear me okay and see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see you and the screen. Thank you.
Awesome.
Good.
Like Pierre said,
join us.
thank you. I'm happy to be here. Like Pierre said, I'm Taiwo Lowell. I work for AECOM. I lead grid modernization across the U.S. I've been here for about a year, working on a lot of grid resiliency projects, the 4101D project with MDA being one of them. Prior to AECOM, I was at Commonwealth Edison, the utility in the Chicago area, for 12 years, doing work across distribution planning, connecting in, new business loads, as well as grid modernization efforts. So I think it's best that I start with who AECOM is. We are a global enterprise with local presence, so we do have an office in Mississippi too. We operate across 5 main markets: environment and energy. You'll notice that both markets are in one bucket, for lack of a better word. The environment and energy, as you hear throughout my slides today, continue to be intertwined. We have a program management business line, transportation, water, and then building and places. One of the things that sets AECOM apart is really being a complex integrator. We bring together diverse skill sets and capabilities across multiple sectors, like I mentioned. We partner with clients ranging from utility clients all the way to private clients to address multiple challenges facing the energy transition, partnering on advisory projects such as this one, as well as detailed engineering and design of transmission and distribution projects from 4 kV all the way through 765 kV. So very well versed in the energy landscape from utilities all the way to the, I would say, behind the meter end use. To start, I think it's important that we define resilience, but also important that we differentiate between energy system reliability and energy system resilience. I think most people are very familiar with reliability in the general terms. The Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers defines reliability reliability as the ability of the electric power system to deliver electricity to customers consistently and without significant interruptions. Today, reliability is often characterized by SAIFI, so your System Average Interruption Frequency Index, as well as SAIDI, which measures the duration. So both of them measure the frequency and duration of outages over a given area. Reliability is well established in the industry and reported today by most and major utilities. On the other hand, it has been a little challenging to define and quantify energy system resiliency. And that's really because, resiliency events are high impact events that happen less frequently. You notice that they're starting to happen more frequently. I'll show some data around that. But also resiliency events are harder to forecast. They're also harder to quantify from a monetary standpoint due to the absence of standardized metrics, as well as a framework that evaluates the benefits of resiliency. However, as these events become more frequent, we have organizations like EPRI and IEEE that are working on designing resiliency frameworks to support evaluating resiliency and having some standardized metrics around resiliency. Given that our work is with the MDA, and this is a DOE grant, am sharing the DOE definition of resiliency today on the screen. And the DOE defines resiliency as the ability of the grid, buildings, and communities to withstand and rapidly recover from power outages and continue operating with electricity, heating, cooling, ventilation, and other energy-dependent services. The key themes here are really being able to withstand disruptions, rapid recovery, continuity of essential services, and the system level resilience that looks at, not just the energy system, but all the other, I would say, energy dependent services. So fire, water, gas, telecoms. So again, system level resilience. The need for resilience. It's very clear that the frequency and intensity of events characterized as high impact events continue to rise, particularly weather-related events. Per data collected by Climate Central that's on the screen today, the US experienced about 2 times more weather-related outages over the last 10 years than the first 10 years analyzed 2000-2009. Of all the major US power outages reported from 2000 to 2023, 80% of them were due to weather. And I'm defining major outages as events that affect at least 50,000 customers or interrupt service of about 300 megawatts or more. When we narrow this down to Mississippi, 62% of these outages were caused by severe weather, 19% of that being winter storms, and then 90% being tropical cyclones, which includes hurricanes. This is particularly important to kind of grasp our minds around the severity of this because the Southeast has experienced the most weather-related outages from 2000 to 2023. So again, more than any other landscape within the US. These events also place significant stress on an already aging electric grid and infrastructure. But what's critical here is, these events, as you know, affect millions of people and cost billions of dollars annually to recover from them. You can see the map on the right side of my screen. In 2024, the US experienced about 27 confirmed weather and climate disaster events that exceed $1 billion each to recover from. And in Mississippi, I think you had about 6 of those events ranging from winter storms in January to Hurricane Francine just in September. Again, the severity of these events and the frequency at which they're happening highlight the need for resilient infrastructure. As we think through kind of assessing that energy system resilience in Mississippi, again, I've talked a lot about kind of reliability and resiliency. The EIA, Energy Information Administration, publishes annual electric power industry report that includes reliability data. The reliability data has information on both the SAIDI, which is the duration of the event, and then the frequency values across the US. But the data also has information, what we call major event days, so MEDs. So major event days are typically excluded from reliability reporting. My graph today will show the reporting with major event days because those major event days are the events that exceed reasonable design and are outside of what we'll consider as a typical reliability event. On average, US electricity customers experience about 8 hours of power interruptions over a year in 2024. So 1 power interruptions for 8 hours in 2024. Mississippians, on the other side, experience about 12.2 hours without power in 2024, and then 3.4 outages, so way higher than the national average. Again, sharing this data because it further highlights the case for action, and you hear more about the action that the MDA, the Mississippi Development Authority, is taking with the 40101D grant. But really, the case for action being that frequency and prolonged outages are becoming the norm, no longer the exception. As we talk about, major event days versus non-major event days, you'll see the shift from industry standards starting to think through how they include major event days in resiliency reporting. Climate-driven events and aging infrastructure are increasing grid vulnerability. So the grid is really old. There's been a lot of investment done over the years to upgrade certain systems and enhance the system. But ultimately, investing in resiliency is not just a technical upgrade to the system, it's a social and economic imperative. And you'll hear more about the economic piece of it when I show some data on how Mississippi is framing the 40101D grant. So a lot about historical data and historical events. I think it's best that we shift into looking about kind of future risks and response. This data is from climate change risk ratings, and it shows that for Mississippi, there's increased heat, which makes sense. It's a southern state, pretty hot, precipitation, and fire over the next 30 years. These risk ratings and the risk posed by a hazard show a scale of 1 to 100 using historical conditions, as well as projected scenarios through 2050. From the map on the right side, you can see what areas of Mississippi are potentially vulnerable to the different hazards. And it's really key that we see that as kind of a vulnerability, because again, it's the likelihood and the extent of the event result, the exposure to the hazard. But what this map does is it really just gives us insights into areas that may require certain infrastructure investment and types of infrastructure investments to reduce that vulnerability to those hazards. So I wouldn't expect, for example, I would expect for an area that has, more, I would say, hazards from fire to focus more on vegetation management or system undergrounding type solutions. And why this is so important is these are the factors that we considered in designing the Fall 101D program for Mississippi, is really spending some time to understand kind of the geographical layout of the state, as well as, what the vulnerability is in different areas of the state to the grid, and what solutions can support addressing the risk in those different areas. The work does not stop. In response to a lot of these climate events, the U.S. has spurred a wave of national initiatives, grid resilience, state and tribal formula grants, which is what we're discussing today. There is a Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnerships Program, the GRIP program, which supports grid resiliency on the utility and industry level, focusing on really modernization to the grid to reduce extreme weather and national disasters. There's also the smart grid aspect of it. And so I like to think about resiliency in multiple folds. There's the foundational resiliency that includes like system hardening type work. And then it's taking it in a step further to include more innovative solutions and technology that creates situational awareness, which is where the smart grid type work comes into play. It supports with like grid flexibility, efficiency, and really focuses on integrating renewables and advanced technology to support that grid flexibility. There's also grid monitoring and wildfire mitigation. A lot of this work, we're seeing more of it on the West. They're more prone to fires, although we see in the map that I showed earlier that looks like Mississippi also in the next 30 plus years. And then the last piece to this is utilities themselves are taking a lot of action from a policy and planning integration standpoint. A lot of these major utilities have integrated resource plans, as well as climate adaptation plans that take into account the capital investments that are needed to support enhancing their grid from the face of these adverse events and impacts. Okay. Bring this back to the Fall 101D program with Mississippi. I like to use the word, we know roughly what to do, to show that although we know what to do, this is only a step in the right direction. There is more work to do. Pierre talked about the Fall 101D grant, so I'll skip through that. But again, they've been awarded $18 million for 2020 through 2023. You can see across the screen the objectives from Mississippi, which objective number 1 is hardening. Again, that's your baseline system resiliency effort, hardening the system, enhancing the system. It looks like replacing poles, undergrounding system, thinking through asset health, which includes the age of the asset, how many times the asset has failed, and really prioritizing what needs to be replaced through asset health. And so the hardening here, I'll just read some of them, is really to mitigate the risk of severe weather and other identified threats to critical facilities, really broadening and enhancing its physical resilience, the grid's physical resilience. The other is technology. This is taking it a step forward and looking at solutions that integrate advanced grid technology. So things like AMI, which is basic in some areas and territories. Most utilities have AMI, advanced metering infrastructure today. AMI helps provide more real-time data on the system. It also supports a lot of customer solutions types, programs, and efforts like energy efficiency, demand response, which can also contribute to a resilient system. So The aim there is really to support and improve technology and solutions that improve that real-time monitoring. In a few slides, I'll talk about some of the gaps with Mississippi and how we're focusing particularly on, Objective 2 to support the lack of, I would say, outage management data within the state, particularly on the northern side of the state. And then the Objective 3 is economic development. Talked about resiliency being not just about technical resilience, but also economic and social resilience. So how do we ensure that the state has resilient infrastructure that can drive and support local economic growth? Businesses are drawn to places where, the grid is resilient. I always say the power is the foundation of everything. When I turn on my switch, the light comes on. Without that, there's not much I can do, really. Objective 4 being workforce development. So really supporting the workforce to meet the future needs of the grid. Looks like skill enhancement, long-term utility employment, and then the 5th being innovation. This includes microgrids to improve resilience, more of localized resilience, and of course, non-wires alternatives, which are typically, I would say, characterized within the battery energy storage solutions area. So again, all of these 5 objectives are what we've shared with utilities across Mississippi to help them think through solutions or projects that fit under these objectives for submission to be evaluated by the MDA and AECOM for final selection. These are the eligible projects. I'll just touch very quickly on them, as a lot of these eligible projects are from the Department of Energy, they're from the DOE. A lot of them fit under the 5 objectives that we talked about. So adaptive protective technologies, really fitting on that Objective 2 technology area. Fire resistance technologies really is across both of the areas with system hardening and then technology area. These are also the, I would say, eligible projects that we've shared with the applicants. It's really important that everyone is an understanding of these eligible projects, because when we think about resilience, there's also cyber resilience. One of the projects that's not eligible under this funding is cybersecurity. The resiliency here is really focused on physical resiliency of grid infrastructure. And so we narrowed down, partnering with the MDA further to understand what the program focus areas need to be. Given that the broad diversity of projects, we've been working to identify focus areas that particularly support Mississippi's grid. The first focus area pertains to enhancing reliable outage data management technologies. Really what this does is create situational awareness by improving real-time monitoring and fault detection. As you can see on the map, data availability for automated outage information in Mississippi is stronger in the southern counties. And then those areas are mostly served by the 2 major investor-owned utilities, which makes sense. However, as we go up north, there's a lot of gaps in outage management data. Well, without that system visibility or situational awareness, it's really challenging to respond to outages in time. But first of all, it's actually challenging to figure out where the outage is located. And so this is a critical focus area for us, because if we talk about resiliency and the time it takes to restore power, to make sure that the system is adaptable, it really starts with understanding where the outages are and the system operating parameters. And without data, that is very, very, very challenging. So again, one of the reasons why this is a focus area for Mississippi. The other focus area is really about, I would say, economic resilience. And so again, energy resilience is more than just the energy system. It's a cascading impact to water, gas, industry, and other sectors. And it's a strong foundation for economic growth and community resilience. And so economic system investment or resilient infrastructure investment and system expansion that support adaptive capacity in the face of disruptive events. What that means is, focusing on identifying areas where if I lose power on circuit A, there is no backup circuit. However, there's multiple large, I would say, customers or industries there. That's a focus area for the state to make sure that there is adaptive capacity to pick up the load drop from a circuit due to resilient events and be able to recover in time so that these major industries are back in power and are back in service. The other piece to this is all of selecting this as a second focus area is really data driven. As you can see, there's a lot of investments in Mississippi. Your economic landscape is really impressive. And I would say the geographic distribution of the investments across Mississippi is also very diverse, as well as the type of investment itself. And so these have major implications for energy resiliency and further underscore the need for resilient systems to support the growth, as well as prevent costly outages to these economic sites. So thinking about all of this, and again, just better understanding Mississippi's landscape, because every territory, every state is different in what their resiliency needs are. So it was really important to take a step back to understand the state's landscape, but that fed into a technical program design. And really, the program design is intended to fully understand regional specific issues and concerns. And you see that with the problem statement, asking applicants to describe the specific threat that's facing that region, and then aligning that to goals that match and align with Mississippi's program objectives. So helping select viable solutions to address those regional specific challenges, and ultimately ensuring that our final project selections, which is done in partnership with the MDA, and then ultimately selected by the DOE, not only address resiliency issues, but cover a vast geographical area across the state, as well as a diversity of project types. So we're asking for information on project scope to better understand what project or what eligible project types they're working on, so we can select the diversity of them, as well as the goals of the project, helping demonstrate the impact to reducing the duration of outages, the frequency of outages, and even sometimes eliminating outages by just having a stronger resilient system. And lastly, I think the biggest piece is, all of this work, although it's really challenging and difficult to quantify resilience impact because there's no framework for valuing resiliency, this is a lot of money. So it's really important that we're able to quantify the impact for this grant. These metrics are defined by the DOE and have been further tailored to match the objectives of Mississippi. And what this enables is really tracking of how we're doing with regards to the projects that were selected, but really with regards to reducing the frequency, the duration of outages, and supporting Mississippi, as well as being able to communicate the outcomes and the impact of those investments. So there's one, I would say, big bucket of metrics, so the build metrics. And essentially, the build metrics track what the grant subrecipients spend program funds on, which may include things like hardware, software, additional equipment, organizational changes. A good example is a project working on substation hardening. Build metrics would typically track the number and the type of hardware changes being made to that substation. So the build metrics are the foundational that tells us what program or project you're working on, whereas the impact metrics measure the extent to which that project has improved grid resiliency and the likelihood and consequence of disruptive events. And so for the substation example that I gave earlier, it could look like, what was the hours to restore power to 100% of customers downstream from the substation during a power outage event. And so we'd want to get that information from subrecipients, compare that to their baseline, which we're looking at data from 5 years ago for those that have data. Another example is looking at individual customer outages on projects that impact at the distribution level. So thinking through, how many hours did a customer have an outage for, or, how many outages extended beyond 24 hours during a certain event. All of these are data and metrics that will be collected on a quarterly basis and monitored on a quarterly basis within the application, the grant period with the applicants, and really just working with them to ensure that the funds that have been provided are supporting resiliency and reducing that frequency duration of outages, particularly for major event days. So I know I've said a lot. I am going to stop there to see if there's any questions, and we have about 10 minutes left or so.
Very thorough and good presentation. Thank you so much. Commissioner Carr, any questions?
Yes. Uh, based on the information we have in our resilience in our system, is that in direct proportion to the economical growth that we're seeing, based on the data y'all have given us in our infrastructure, compared to other states?
I want to make sure I understand the question. Are you saying based on the historical trends, does that compare to the growth? If you don't mind rephrasing that, please.
Yes, on the economical development. Because we see where I'm trying to find out what page, when you're talking about the resilience of our system, we see those areas that are without outages. I don't know what page it's on, where you're showing 100% in the lower half of the state. But then as we move into the Delta and also into, the central part of the state in the north, we see a red color chart. And so those areas in direct proportion of is where the economical development is happening. So is that the weak spots is where we need to be improving at as far as the grid and resilience?
You referring to this map right here?
So thank you.
Yes.
So that's not a map of economic development. That's a map of how many counties have sufficient outage data management systems.
Yes.
So if you see the northern half, some of those utilities up there are reporting outage data management, some are not. That more so speaks to the grid resilience and outage data management piece.
Yeah,
Right there.
thank you for that, Pierre. And I want to draw some parallels to that of, we don't have the data that shows that some of these economic resilience sites may be going to the lower half or mid side of the map because of the lack of outage data. I think what would help is to see the data of kind of plot out the data of outages in Mississippi. So what counties have the most outages and frequency of outages, and then see how that impacts economic development within those counties. But that's not data that we have right now. And one of the challenges to being able to plot that data is, again, due to the lack of information and outage management.
What do you attribute that to, Pierre? Or that one of the northern counties, it's 100% in the southern. What's going on in the north?
I mean, I think maybe because this bottom half is mostly investor-owned utilities, and those up north are more so smaller municipal utilities, and maybe they're not equipped enough for that. They're in most of that is TVA service area. I don't want to call them out or nothing like that, but Taiwo, you can probably speak to it better than I can.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Pierre. I think with the lower half, you see Entergy and your two investor-owned utilities serving a lot of that area. And generally, these utilities need to report to regulating body on outages annually. And so it's just more natural for them to have that data, whereas smaller utilities that are not being regulated or having to report that data may not have that data.
So from an economic development standpoint, if you show them this, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good maybe, but it's monitoring, so maybe they don't see as much value in it as we do from a grid resilience point of view.
So who would where is this data available? So if somebody was looking to locate in Mississippi, would they get this data?
So this data right here this map right here it was created for us by Oak Ridge National Laboratory. We can share it with you all, but I don't know if we can share it publicly yet. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Unfortunately, it's publicly right now.
I know, right? This is just
a
small piece of it. It's like a 17-page report. So.
Yeah. Well, it's very thorough. So I would like to dig in on this later, Pierre. And again, it's a very, very good presentation. It's a lot to digest.
Yeah, and you all seem very interested in the economic development piece. We also have a paper that Joseph Hagerman, our director, wrote that kind of explains how prioritizing economic development produces a greater benefit to the overall system, including residential customers as well. So maybe we can share that with you all too.
Yeah, love to work with y'all. And any way we can help, try to figure out what's going on up there and help in any way we can to help MDA and what y'all are doing. So, any other questions? Miss Nina Loa, is that right?
That was pretty good. That was good enough.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. You did a great job, great presentation. Thanks for the work you're doing, and we will dig into this a little more. So, Pierre, good job. Thank you, and
Appreciate you.
Tell Joe, keep Joe straight when you get in.
Trying.
Tell him we said hello.
Thank you all for having me.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that concludes our grid summit. I for one learned a lot. Any closing remarks, Commissioner Carr?
Yes, I thank y'all for everyone that participated and gave us a good education today, especially myself. We have a lot of work to do. The future is bright for Mississippi, but it's all hands on deck, and everybody needs to be involved. Sometimes that requires us to set our feelings to the side and only deal with facts. It's all about Mississippi and its citizens, and that's what we are working for in the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a lot of homework to do, and so we learned a lot here. Thanks again. We'd like to thank everybody that participated, everybody that came and watching online and that will watch. Our goal is what we said before many times, to forward a One Mississippi that makes a brighter future for all of us, and that's getting all this right. And so, again, with a multitude of counselors, there's wisdom, and so we'll endeavor to continue to seek for more data, more information, and so we can make the right decisions for the future of the state of Mississippi. So, again, thanks, everybody, and I would like to thank also those that made it happen. Rachel, Terry, Marcia, again, happy birthday. Don and Sam, thank y'all so much. Everything went smoothly, so couldn't have done it without y'all, so thank y'all very much. Yes, and the whole IT staff. Yep, the best staff in any agency, so yes. So again, thank y'all all for coming. Oh, Commissioner Carr.
Stamps. Say something.
And obviously, Commissioner Stamps, will keep him in your prayers as he's recovering from his car wreck, and we miss him today. And so, again, we'll continue to push forward with our One Mississippi agenda. With that, we stand adjourned. Thank y'all so much.